Welcome to another St. Pete by Night production. The following is rated for mature audiences and may contain graphic themes or be distressing to some viewers. As always, we recommend you ensure the safety and well-being of yourself and those around you at all times. Viewer discretion is advised.
In the heart of night, we rise from shadows, howling at the moon, igniting our battles, cleansing Gaia of an endless fight, until our final days we will fight. Thanks, man, we stand united as one. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the grave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Everywhere we run, the wind is at our back. All the warring forces we will track. From the depths of the ocean to the clouds in the sky, vampires tremble as we learn to fight. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Everywhere with the pack, let the night be our guide. In battles of honor, we shall never hide. Rock will never hide.
Good evening and welcome to the St. Pete by Night Entertainment Network. St. Petersburg by Night is an online World of Darkness role-playing community originated in St. Petersburg, Florida, but now spreading to the world as a whole. My name is Kent, also known as Misha Kent on all social media, and I will be your storyteller tonight. It's Tuesday night. You know what that means. It's time for Rage Across Tampa, our Werewolf the Apocalypse 5th edition chronicle set in the city of Tampa Bay, Florida. And you're here on a very, very special evening because it is part one of our two-part season finale. It's been a long and winding road to get to this point, to get to Piney Point, but we are finally here. Go follow St. Pete by Night on all of that social media you see listed down below, and come join our Discord community by following the Discord link listed down below, where you can join over 150 other World of Darkness fanatics. And who knows, maybe you can start your own game or join another game that's starting up. There's a lot of possibilities there, but it is an amazing community, and we would love to have you be a part of it. But enough of all that, let's get to the real business at hand, the amazing players who make Rage Across Tampa possible. Players, go ahead and introduce yourselves if you please.
Hi, everybody. I'm Champ, Champagne, 1034, whatever you want to call me, and I will be playing Aspen Wise, Philodox of the Silver Fangs.
Hi everybody, I am Nori. I will be playing Melissa's Jester, the Galliard of the Black Furies.
Hey everybody, I'm Preston. I play Jason Dreams of Decay Thorn, Theurge of the Bonar.
So players, as I had mentioned, it's been a long and winding road, coming up on a year now of trying to handle this Piney Point environmental disaster that has been occurring for the past 12 months. But we're here, and it's time to get to business. But let's get everybody caught up on what brought us to this point. Last week, we saw Aspen go to deliver that very, very valuable information to Alice as to the fate of Reverend Thomas and the other members of the Tampa Ministries who were taken in the middle of the day to an unknown location. But rather than being delivered to a detention facility as it was expected that they would go, they were given to someone else. And it seems that someone else decided to store them at an Air Force base. Now, to determine what the fate of those individuals is, well, only time will tell in regards to that. But also, Aspen got to know Alice a little bit better, a little bit more about her history, while also having a certain weight taken off of her shoulders after proving that she was pure of heart and intention. As the relationship with Alice and the burgeoning hunter cell builds, what does that mean for the future activities of the Sept? We then saw Jace and Artie take the camera crew to Piney Point to get as much documentary footage as possible to try and get an inside look into what the goings on of Piney Point were. But what they found was definitely not what they expected, as they found an efficient, squeaky clean facility that seemed to be well managed and well run. But as Jace used his penumbral senses to look to the other side, he found that things weren't exactly what they expected, as it was a corrupt facility filled with Banes, and that they had used some sort of illusion or glamour to make it look different than it actually was. As they got deeper and deeper into the facility, Jace learned just how bad things were, as he could see the Banes and the corruption crawling their way in, almost looming overhead, prepared to strike like a viper in the shadows, but they were held at bay for the purposes of appearances. He also got to do a little verbal sparring with Vanessa, who seemed to be the head of PR, but also one of the leadership figures within the facility. Jace also came to find out that the changelings were within an arm's reach, but because of their invisible nature, he was not able to do anything about it. Aspen also made a call home to Boise, Idaho, to talk to Son, her almost father-in-law, but a mentorship figure of his own right, who had been trying to get a hold of her for some time. She listened to the voicemail only to find out that Soncela, her father that would be, was dying, and that he had been apologetic for whatever had caused her to be so distant. This immediately made her resolute in deciding that she was going to return to Idaho, as we will see tonight. And then we saw Jester over in West Virginia head into the Shrieking Cavern with the assistance of two elders of the Morgantown Sept. It was a unique experience, to be sure, as they were confronted with various puzzles that had been left behind from the ancient elders of old, as well as some encroaching Banes of their very own. But eventually they made their way through the cavern to the end, where they came upon the trapped and tortured white bat. And after some intense discussion and some removal of corruption, they were able to free the white bat, who had agreed to share the responsibility of taking on Xander, as well as this holy place that would be used as a memorial going forward to the times long past. As White Bat absconded with Xander, it's unknown as to when he will appear again, but Jester was told that it would be when they needed him, when the time was right. But let's get into tonight's story with our first. Jace, you were tasked with getting in contact with the spirits, more specifically Star, to see if they could lend you any aid in the upcoming battle that is to take place in just a few days. You have a pretty strong force on the ground in the realm of the physical, but having seen all of the Banes encroaching on the area, you know that you're going to need a little bit more than that you are outnumbered and overwhelmed, and not knowing in full exactly what you're going to face in the realm of the physical, only knowing that there is a lot of spiritual activity happening in the air. So, in the evening at the cairn, you find Eliza looking for some advice or maybe some guidance as to contacting Star and beginning the negotiations, or the really plea for assistance going into Piney Point. So as you come upon the trailer that Eliza has been living in for many, many months now, you hear the clinking of glasses and the stirring of a liquid substance of some kind. And as you reach the door, it opens right in front of you, and you can see that Eliza has a tray with a pitcher filled with what appears to be iced tea and 2 glasses off to the side. As she steps out, she gives you a bright smile. Jace?
Evening, you expecting company?
Expecting you. Why don't we have a seat?
Okay. Thought that was mysterious and stuff.
Steps out and moves over to one of the camping chairs that is nearby. It looks like there's a little maybe metal table that has been picked up from a secondhand facility that is placed between the chairs, and she sets the tray down and pours 1 glass for you and then another glass for herself. She raises the glass in a small salute before taking a drink of it. What can I do for you?
He'll look at the glass and kind of swirl the tea around before taking a drink, and he'll set it down. Eliza, I'm at a weird point that I can't say I've ever been in before. When getting to Piney Point and seeing everything that I saw, there's no way that we can fight and win this. The amount that's in the Umbra, that's a fight in itself, and we can't do a fight on 2 fronts. There's not enough of us. With that, I was talking to Artie, and he asked if I had any additional cards to play an ace up my sleeve. The only one I can think of right now is to ask the spirits for help. And I know you're not supposed to use them as a shield, and they're not a weapon to be utilized. But I'm at a point I don't know what else I can do.
She nods her head slowly as she absorbs everything you're saying, and then looks over. Well, first things first, you're going to need to change your perspective on all of this. You're going into this all wrong. Don't underestimate your abilities as Guru. All of you have come leaps and bounds since I first met this pack, since I first met you. Your advancement is incredible. As for the spirits, don't forget, this is a threat to them as well. This isn't just something you're dealing with and you're calling upon the spirits to assist you or give you a one-up that doesn't benefit them at all. It does very much benefit them to take part in this fight. So don't go in with the mindset of feeling regretful to ask a favor, that you're looking to get something from them, that they won't receive something in return. This threat that has been created, it affects the entire world, spirits and the living alike. So consider that when you go to speak to them, when you make your recruiting call of sorts. However, also keep in mind, the last time you use spirits, Piney Point, and what the result was there. Because you need to be honest and straightforward about whatever threats these spirits might face, what they need to know going in. Because if they do go in blind, you could just be giving an asset to your enemy.
I don't want more of them turning into the firmlings. I don't want them to go through that. So you're right. I'll be as transparent as I can with them.
You have done a great deal of work these past many months to repair the damage that's been done in our spiritual relations. While it's hard to say whether the issue has been completely tended to, what you can assuredly know is that it has improved. And as long as you are honest, straightforward, and direct with what you're asking, don't beat around the bush, don't try to play the types of games that you usually play with them, because they'll know. One way or another, they'll know. You're not going to con them or trick them into assisting you. You need to warn them that if this isn't successful, their fate could very well be inevitable. That they could become the things that you are trying to prevent them from becoming if they're not destroyed or used in some other way outright. This is a pestilence upon the world. And they've seen it. They know. They've bared witness to the changes that have been happening in the area. So don't assume they're stupid or that they're unaware or ignorant to the problems that are occurring. Just be direct. Ask what you want to ask. And do so with all of the charm and wit and guile that you have. And also, have a plan. Come to them with your exact expectations of what you need from them. Now, I know this is a lot of political talk to be asking. Don't have Aspen here to do the talking for you. But you know what to do. Know what to say. Trust yourself. Trust your heart and your instincts and everything you have spent this past year learning, as well as all the years before. This is an honest request and a necessary request. And if anything, I'll be there to help you and, clean up your mess if you do get a little bit fumbly.
I do tend to fumble, so
Gotta do something about all this negative self-talk that you do.
it's really a shroud. Here's my secret. It's a shroud, so that way when I do mess up, it's not that big of a deal. And when I succeed, I shine brighter. It's all part of that.
I say keep everyone underestimating you so that when you
Correct.
do deliver, they are surprised and delighted.
Yeah, you get it.
I do. More than you know. All right. Well, the best way to start with these things is to call upon a spirit who favors you. Someone who can act on your behalf and perhaps carry your message forward.
I initially was going to ask Rat, but with this being a pack and a sept, I was going to talk to Star. One, she sees everything and she knows the fight that we're going through, and I think she can convey better to the other spirits. Nothing against Rat, but he had a certain way he talks that can off-put some people, or spirits especially.
he also isn't viewed completely favorably by all the spiritual court. There are many who see his worth and his value and his power, but there are also others who are justifiably suspicious, and some that are even straight up off-put by him. So you're right. I see the urge to do so. This is a matter that concerns more than just your tribe, more than just your tribe's patron. This concerns everyone.
That's why I figure Star's probably gonna be my best bet. And the way she talks, everyone's engaged.
Well, have you performed the rite of spirit summoning before?
I've seen it done a lot.
It's something that Aspen usually takes charge on, isn't it?
It is.
Well, it's something that you should learn. So, pay very close attention. Now, thankfully, the odds of failure with calling Star are very low. So I think we should have very little difficulty. However, the more unfamiliar spirit you try to call upon, the less likely it is to work, especially depending on how far away they are and whether or not you know their name. But let's start with Star.
Yeah.
You can see she stands up from the table and moves inside the RV for a moment, and then after a few minutes comes back. She has a bowl. Just a plain, simple copper bowl. And she has a vial, a glass vial, maybe about the size of her palm, standing a little bit taller than that, in a cylindrical jar that comes to a stoppered cap. And as you look at the water, there's a strange kind of shine coming off of it. It looks like it takes in the light of the stars up above and the moon and almost captures it within the water, reflecting it off even in, obscured surroundings like these with trees up above. There's still that reflective sheen as if the full moon were shining just directly down upon it. She unstoppers the bottle, pours the water into the bowl, filling it up maybe about 2 fingers deep. Should I say 2 knuckles deep? She then dips her hands into the water of the bowl, almost cleansing them with the water. And then she pulls out a little leather pouch from her satchel, and as she dumps it out, a few rocks fall into her hand. Takes the rocks and she puts them in the water as well, almost washing them in this moon water. Then she sets them out on a cloth that she lays down on the ground in front of her. She closes her eyes and tilts her head back, looking up to the sky, and she starts to speak in a language that you haven't heard before, or you've heard her speak before, but you still haven't recognized exactly what she said. But there's something very earthy and native about the words that she speaks. Now, the word that you can definitely pick up on, as it is repeated several times, must be star, as she says it. But as she does so, her voice almost echoes, going up to the sky above, reflecting off of the surrounding trees of the clearing. And after a moment, a glow resonates from the sky as a star starts to seemingly fall from the sky to the earth down below. But as it does so, getting closer to the earth, that long tail of a streaking star shrinks down to just the glow of the star's light as it starts to almost corkscrew lazily down, like gliding down to the earth. And then, in a flash that causes you to shield your eyes, a moment later you see a young woman who looks to be maybe in her mid-teens, standing in front of you, glowing with a dull enough gleam that it allows you to make out her features as she stands in front of you, but then quickly drops down to her knees and starts looking at the various stones, picking them up and admiring them. And then after a moment, she looks to you.
What, Jace?
Hey, Star.
What can I do for you?
I have a heavy request.
You can see her face scrunch up, seemingly in a way that looks like Aspen or Jester both when they seem disgusted by something or like unnerved by something. You see the little wrinkles at the bridge of her nose, and you can see her eyebrows dip down.
I don't like heavy things. Hard to live in the hall there, like that's pretty far away, and I'm at least with alarms.
I wish it was a lighter one, I really do. How about I promise future ones will be significantly lighter?
The hometown is something you can't guarantee, Jace.
80%?
Let's just say you're gonna try to make sure that the next one isn't as happy.
I will try my best.
All right.
So I know that where you're at, you see a lot. But there is a place that you've said it obscured. Piney Point, we're going to be going after. We're taking the fight to them. With that being said, there is a fight more than just the physical going on there. There are banes upon banes there. And there's a fight that needs to be done on two fronts. And we haven't all the grew in order to do that. And I am going to be as transparent as I can about all of it. I'm needing your help to try and convince some spirits to aid in this fight, because it's more than just affecting here. What they have going on there is almost complete. And if we don't stop them, it's not just going to affect Tampa. It's not just going to affect Florida. It's going to hit the entire country, the entire continent, and just spread. If we don't do what we need to do, this issue is more than just a localized situation.
That is heavy. But, I've been watching. Best as I can. I've seen the spread, but I've also seen Ball been doing a pretty good job of trimming that spread back. There's not as many marks in the ground. Aya's healing.
She is, and right now, with what's going on, Aspen was able to get a temporary stop at the factory. And that's been huge on getting things pushed back. But from the little expedition that Artie and I did there's something else going on that we weren't able to see. They were almost too comfortable with what was going on. we think that they're near completion on what they need. And if they complete it, I don't know if we're going to be able to push them back. Because that spread, just as it was quick. And it took us a long time to figure out how to get it to stop.
Are you sure you know now what it's gonna take to stop it?
More than tooth and claw.
She bobs her head. You can see these loose curls that are dangling around, bob with her. And as they do so, it looks like bits of stardust, almost like dandruff, come off of her long curls, winkling down to the ground.
Okay. Well, that's a lot. But I don't think it's really important. I mean, obviously it is. Well, the
I
area
wouldn't ask
has...
if it wasn't.
Well, it's gotten better. But fog is still there. It's still harder to see through. Do you get any kind of idea what's gonna be waiting?
When I was in the greenhouse, I saw at least banes of pollution. There are firmlings there, balefire just spewing. And I know the last time I asked for spirits' help to just go and look at this place, they came back as that.
Rotted?
Yeah.
Then... Do you have a plan?
Not necessarily. And short of going in and just cleansing that area and trying to stop their plan to coming to fruition, that's all I really know on what the overall plan of attack is. I don't know if they have a weak point there. I am not sure if there even is one. From what I saw when I looked through, there were so many banes. That's what had my focus. It was so many of them.
At this point, she drops down to the ground, sitting with her legs crossed underneath her. She puts an elbow on one of her knees and props her chin on her hand.
You don't seem very confident.
I'm confident in the ability that we're going to be able to put a large dent, but I want to put a stop to it.
And? Well, it would help a whole lot if the spirits weren't fighting on their own. They weren't the only ones on that side of things taking care of stuff, because then, you know, it would seem like you're just kind of throwing them to the wolves. No offense. And they need guidance. They need leadership. If left to their own devices, some of them will fight, sure. Some of them may flee. I'm saying what's there. There's nobody to hold them accountable. To direct them. To aid them if things start to go bad. Well then, they're less likely to participate, at least for very long.
At this point, Eliza speaks up. I can go. I'd be happy to handle things on the other side, direct traffic, as it were.
There's one star.
At this point, Star looks over at Eliza, and as if seeing her for the first time being there, her eyes go wide and bright, and she waves her hand very excitedly, and Eliza gives a soft chuckle and waves in response.
Yeah, it worked. they just need to know that, they're not the only ones in this. Yes, while you're fighting on your side of things and trying to handle everything over there, you really want to make sure that they're going to help. Really want to show them that this is important. Not if someone, especially someone as wise and experienced, she says.
She says with a question mark as she looks at Eliza, and Eliza just nods her head, rolling her eyes slightly.
Yep, that would help. So, I guess, give me your pitch. Tell me how or what you want me to ask that, because I'm, of course, always going to help you. But I can only do so much, even. As strong as I become, even what I represent, I have my areas of expertise, and then those that I don't know anything about. So, give me your pitch.
Star, I understand that completely.
You're a businessman pretending like peddling a new root or something.
Okay.
So it's, the potential death and decay of the universe.
That's kind of the way I'm leaning with it right now. Bring it up to him like this. The Gru in the area have pushed back the overall blight to the actual source. And in order to stop it from coming back and being eradicated and affecting everyone, and that includes spirits, everyone needs to be in this fight. Even ones lingering behind, that could be the one that pushes it to a point where it will never come back. We need to show that this place can't be taken, that it can't be a breeding ground for rot and corruption. This place stood long enough without a backbone or spine. We need to show that it has regrown and been reforged stronger than ever.
Give me a charisma and persuasion or leadership.
I'm assuming my rage is 1 right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Three.
As you say the words, Dar just nods her head a few times, but as she nods her head, her figure starts to change. Her appearance starts to change. Her long, curly hair starts to kind of shrink, growing shorter and shorter. And you see that the hair that is shrinking from her head seems to be moving to her face as she grows a beard and goatee. See that the hair suddenly is tucked underneath a cap that is turned backwards as she starts to adopt more and more of your features the more you say.
What about after? When it's done? Assuming you're successful, what comes next?
Next, the cleanup, and we'll aid in all the cleanup, making sure nothing is lingering. We'll look to Eliza for a moment, perform the rites needed on that area to make sure that there is nothing residual there whatsoever. And I'm aware that some spirits do work for a price or a cost, and I am willing to pay those prices.
She nods her head, and the dress that she's wearing has turned into a denim jacket and jeans. Her feet are still bare, though, touching the ground.
You understand that all of them are going to get hurt. Some of them may even get infected. The ones that are destroyed will probably return to the wilds after regrow. It sounds like your intentions are good.
I mean every word of it.
Of course I'll help. But I'll give my best attention. And I'll tell them that Eliza's going to be there. Some may respond less favorably to that. I heard, everything that's happened, but you're good, Eliza. You're making it better.
Eliza just nods her head again, letting out a huff of a sigh.
I'll see you done. I'll send everyone I can, and Vince out there to help. But you gotta mean what they say, and you gotta follow through. After everything's said and done, you have to make things better. Because this damage is gonna be felt for a long time to come. Whatever the case may be. Don't forget, Piney Point has a history. Over a decade ago, a great battle took place there. Many lives were lost, many sacrifices were made, while the imminent threat was stopped. But it wasn't fun.
At this point, you see Eliza's brow furrow and her gaze kind of cast down to the ground as she tightens her lips into a hard line.
One reason this threat was able to reemerge because of what was left behind. Because of what wasn't tended to. Make sure you tend to it. Make sure you survive. Make
That is the goal.
that you're rid of this threat once and for all. And if
I have
not
no-
you, then somebody.
I was gonna say, if anything happens, I'll have contingency set up. I don't plan to leave any open-ended promises here. The land in the end will be taken care of.
Believe you. It is told they believe you too. Oh, it's my job to convince them that you've convinced me.
I'd say you look the part.
This isn't really my style, but I feel like if I'm gonna represent your pitch, I gotta do it to the best of my ability. That being said,
She starts to wind her hands together. And as she does so, light grows brighter and brighter. And then as it flashes, you see that she has manifested a motorcycle made out of light entwined with what looks to be roots to make up the handlebars and the frame.
you're gonna do it, go all in.
Yeah, Dad, just make sure you wear your helmet.
She furrows her brow at you and cocks her head to the side, but then kind of brushes the hat away and a helmet forms over her head.
There you go.
No time to waste. Off I go.
Thank you.
And you see her kick her foot down or stomp her foot down next to the side as if she's starting up the motorcycle, but instead of like a loud roaring drum, it instead sounds like an intense sparkling noise, like chimes ringing. She starts pulling away, and the bike lifts up off of the ground before it goes darting up into the sky. And you can see a streak of light move across the sky before fading from sight. Eliza looks to you, and you can see kind of a distant look in her eyes, a little haunted look in her eyes. She's right, you know. More should have been done. If we'd had the forces to do it, I'm sure we would have, but it seems once again you've inherited our mistakes.
I feel like someone told me that dwelling on things in the past will come up and bite you in the ass. She looked a lot like you. So the issues that have been done are done. We are just dealing with the present. So that look you have right now, shake it off, okay? We're going to take care of it. We have no issues between us, the spirits, okay? We're just moving forward.
You're right, as always, of course, and whoever gave you that advice must be attractive and intelligent.
Oh, absolutely, 100%.
He lets out a soft chuckle once again. Well, I'll continue to carry on your message as best as I can. Talk to the Guardians of the Sept, see if there's any connections through there, and one way or another, I will be there. I will bring every force I have with me to assist you from the other side.
Thank you for that. I wasn't sure how I was supposed to do that when she asked for the spirits needing a leader, so thank you for stepping up.
They're gonna need you on the ground, Jace. They're gonna need you with your pack, being able to watch threats both here and there, if they're gonna be effective. So, of course, my utmost honor and responsibility to assist in any way I can. While I love this place, I think field trips called for in this instance.
With all the pleasantries aside, Eliza, if something, and you'll look at her dead in the eye, if something does happen to me, that place needs to be taken care of. It needs to be completely cleansed. I don't want a stone left with any residual, that nasty bitch fertilizer at all. You know, completely cleaned.
I don't make the same mistakes twice. Whether it's you or me or someone else, job will be done.
I appreciate it. And I'll pass on the exact same message to the rest of the pack in case something, happens to us. And so
Probably best to have all your contingencies lined up.
I made a promise that I would. And now she's riding a motorcycle, so I don't know what kind of influence I've put onto her, but she might be a little bit more stubborn now, though she was a bit of Aspen and Jester, so she ain't taking shit from nobody.
Well, I think she had stubbornness and spades to start
Yep.
with, but now you've just added more to that deck. It's gonna go well. As long as you believe that, as long as you keep that in your heart and your mind, you will manifest it. Don't forget, the impact we have on the Umbra is constant. If you continue to act like you're going into a losing fight. You are.
You're right.
She sits
I'll-
back, taking up her glass. Go ahead.
Eliza's just I used to do things similar to this with my old pack, and now they're gone. So not only the fight coming up, I have the fight, and he'll point to his chest here that I'm trying to contend with as well.
Don't let that pain be a shackle around your ankle. Let it embolden you. Let it give you strength. That is how the ancestors assist us. Your pack are ancestors now. They are still in this fight, albeit different. More than that, you're not going into this fight blind. You have an advantage they did not. So use it.
So wise. You're right. The odds are definitely different for us than it was for them.
Use this opportunity as a chance to turn the tides. Not get revenge, not avenge them, but a chance to show that the sacrifice wasn't for nothing. That you still being here in this moment at this time means that they can still fight on. That someone is representing their memory, someone is honoring them, and that they won't be forgotten, no matter what.
He'll nod and look at her and then reach forward and grab her hand. Thank you again for literally everything that you've done for me.
I've done no more for you than you've done for me. I have had many pupils over my years. And I've been proud of each and every one of them. But you give me hope that not all is lost. Because while this pack pulled me from the edge, that weight, she touches her chest. Some of that weight is still there. But it's not a burden I have to carry alone.
He'll pull her in for a hug, and then when he gets close to her ear, he'll squeeze. So that means I'm your favorite, right?
You are certainly one of a select group.
Such a bitch mom answer, but I'll take it.
How can I love all my children different?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
She sits back, takes her iced tea, and drinks it, looking up to the sky. What's going through your mind after this conversation with Eliza and with a newly changed star?
A little bit more confidence is sitting with him as he leans back and starts drinking the iced tea. He feels like the conversation with Star went well and that she's going to be able to convince some spirits to come and aid. And then talking with Eliza, anytime Jace sits with doubt, Eliza's one to quickly tell him no and pull him out of it. And she has a way of resetting his mind. And so right now he's sitting there just in the moment with her, not worried about much of anything, just being present, just trying to get himself set for the fight upcoming.
As you enjoy stillness, silence, the peace, and the tranquility of the cairn, of this moment shared between the two of you. Try as you might, you can't help but think about the thunder on the horizon. That yellow cloud seems to have settled itself over Piney Point, and the vision, the potential outcome to this fight. That is where transition to our next scene. Aspen, after receiving the voicemail from Sun, you immediately made plans to head out of town to go visit in Boise. Now, of course, as ever, always by your side is Artie, who is there to act as any kind of support during these times. So as you've arrived in a city that you once called home, now seems like a lifetime ago, lifetime of experiences, of losses, of pain. There's a pang in your heart. It's the last time you were here with Aiden. And even before that, the memories of Hey Hots, who was to be your fiance, Son, who now, for all you know, lies dying, mother, your chosen mother, mentor Shannon, who even while you're here is packing to make the journey to the place that has been a cause of stress, frustration, pain, loss, but also hope. Another one who unknowingly will be in need of your protection. What is Aspen feeling coming home?
It's bittersweet. There's a lot of heaviness in this state, in this city, but also feeling a bit lighter has put some things in perspective, and it's almost nice. Maybe the opportunities for closure and the opportunities for new beginnings with others.
After meeting with Shannon, going to her home that you've visited so many times, it's startling to see how much it's changed as more and more items have been packed up, ready to go, the area filled with boxes. You assist where you can, helping her get ready for the move. Your pulse racing, your heart pounding against your chest, as you really don't want this to happen. Really wish that she would stay here, stay safe. You also don't want to deter her from something that could potentially be very beneficial to her in her life. After everything she's given you, everything she's done for you, after being there in a place that was left absent by a working mother, single working mother, she was able to give you a childhood that you probably wouldn't have had otherwise. You encourage her, you assist her. And she gives you the address of the hospice where Soncela awaits. Tells you that she's glad that you made it out here, that you're able to visit. She checks to make sure that you're really up for this. Of course, you give her the assurances that you are. And so, where we find ourselves as our scene begins is standing outside of the building of the hospice. Now, these places are often places of peace, tranquility, a place for people in the last moments of their life to easily transition over to whatever awaits them on the other side. So there are well-tended bushes around the area, and despite the cold winter and the snow upon the ground, you can tell that they still make sure that this place is tended, peaceful. You see that the sidewalks have been all shoveled, parking lot has been cleaned. There's a set of double doors that lead in, which at this time of day are unlocked and open. But you know, in the evening, they're locked and only accessible by people who have family or friends staying at the facility. Artie reaches out and takes your hand as he stands next to you. How can I help you?
I don't know, for someone whose whole life has been about words, I don't really know what to say.
Say all the things that are in your heart. Whatever guilt you feel about everything that's happened, I know you've carried this terrible secret for a long time. But what's going to matter most is the impact he's had on you, knowing how much you meant to him, knowing that this distance that's been between you for so long isn't because of anything he did. The words will come. You open your heart. More than anything, he just wants to know that you care. That he isn't alone. Nothing is scarier than being alone in your final moments. Give him a sense of peace. That's all you can do. I'll be here the whole time, before and after. You're doing the right thing. I know you're probably worried about everything happening at home and the big fight coming in a few days, but just be present right now. That's the best thing you can do for him. The best gift you can give him is to not be distracted, to give him your full attention, full heart, or as much of it as you can spare. Save some for me if you can.
There's always room for that.
And tell him, don't tell him. Doesn't matter. Just tell him that you love him, you're sorry that you've been absent, that he's going to see his kids soon.
I could do that.
Smiles and gives your hand a squeeze and then passes over the potted plant that you've brought before walking up to the door and opening it, letting you go in first before following behind. You reach the counter, asking for Soncela's room, and they give it to you. Your name is on a list, has been on a list ever since he's arrived. The nurse tells you that she's glad to see you. As he really doesn't have much time left. As you walk down the hallway, you can see groups of families, some grieving, some holding off on grieving as long as possible to soak in those last few moments. The place is very calming and peaceful. You definitely feel, especially with this renewed sense that you've gained being a guru, that there is a veil of grief that surrounds this place. That kind of grief is definitely catnip to Banes, especially Banes of. But again, you try to clear that out of your mind. Focus, to be present, be in the moment. Don't think like a guru, think like Aspen Weiss, the chosen daughter of Soncela. As you approach the room, Artie gives your hand another squeeze and leans in and gives you a kiss on the cheek and says, I'll be right here if you need anything.
Okay, I'll be fine.
Takes a seat in one of the chairs that waits in the hallway. As you step into the room, you can see how much of an impact Soncela made on so many lives based off of the cards and flowers that decorate the room. You clearly weren't the only person important to him, the only person he made an impact on. But you were clearly the person that he wanted. As you walk in, look over towards the hospital bed. What you see is a shadow of the man you knew. Frail, eyes sunken, face wrinkled. His arms, which were once muscular from a life of labor, have become very thin, almost bone thin. You can see that he's hooked up to an IV, that there's a heart monitor watching his vitals. The IV is likely filled with pain medication that can be called upon when needed. His eyes are closed, dark circles surrounding them. His hair has thinned so drastically that he's almost completely bald. His breathing is slow and a little bit stuttering. If there's the rattle of raspiness. Throat. What do you do?
I will walk in and sit and grab his hand and be like, hey, I made it.
As you take his hand, reflexively, you feel a little squeeze of the fingers as his eyes slowly drift open. His pupils have become very pale, but you can see a little bit of color and a spark of light come back to them as he takes you in. Aspen. Here.
Yeah. Wouldn't miss it.
Well, either I'm dead or dreaming, because there's no way you're here right now.
I had some time. I made it happen. I wouldn't miss it.
He reaches over with his other hand, taking your hand in both of his, and you can see a very glassy look come over them as they start to brim with tears. So sorry for whatever I did, for whatever caused you to. Sorry, girl.
It wasn't you. I have a lot going on.
And Shannon tells me you're a big fancy lawyer now with your own firm and everything.
Absolutely. It's crazy down in Tampa, I tell ya, but it's a lot of fun too. Keeps me busy.
So you know how overwhelmingly proud of you I am.
I appreciate that. And I'm sorry I didn't come sooner.
Just glad you're here now. That's all that matters.
Me too.
So, tell me about coughs a few times, but then takes a deep, raspy breath. Tell me what you've been up to. Tell me about this life of yours. Big city lawyer life.
Oh, like I said, pretty busy. Started up my firm with her name's Anna Pelfrey. She was a big fancy thing down in Chicago, but recently came down and was willing to help me out. So that was really awesome. There's another lawyer out there who's the absolute bane of my existence. Just really sucks the life out of people. Just a terrible person. But you know, everybody's got to have somebody.
What have I always told you? Don't be bitter, be better.
I try.
I know you will be. Nothing kills cruelty better than kindness. You've been one of the kindest souls I've ever met. Even on top of everything you've been through.
Depends on who you ask, but I'm glad that's the way you see me.
I see you for you. I always have. And this isn't too bad to bring up considering the circumstances, but I'm sorry to hear about your friend.
Yeah, it was rough.
You've lost so much. Aspen. I don't want you to think of me as just another thing that you're losing. I've lived a good life. A long life. And I'm just happy to have another moment with you before it ends. And while
Me
I
too.
have my fair share of regrets, this is one less.
I'm glad I could be here.
I don't know if it is important to you anymore. Sure it is. He gestures over to the bedside table and can see that there is a pile of, or at least a one manila folder on the bedside table.
I grab it.
Did a little bit more digging after you'd left, and while I might never get an answer, maybe you will. Both of us. And as you open the folder, you see several photographs as well as a kind of document that's typed up with information and details on it. And the photographs appear to be footprints. Footprints in the dirt, sand, the water, park. Several of the footprints appear and are noted as bear tracks. But then there's other footprints. Large lupine prints. And there are a lot of question marks written on it, as well as wolf question mark, dog question mark. You can see that these prints were analyzed by an animal expert local to the area, the University of Boise. But that they seem to be inconclusive. The bear tracks obviously are identified, the boot prints are identified, but those lupine prints, unknown, concluded to possibly be a large wolf native to the area. But even those prints are a little too big for any normal wolf.
I'll look at all of the different things in the folder, probably staring at pictures way too long, contemplating until I just close it. Look back. I don't really know what to say about all of this.
You don't have to say anything. I just thought you should know, after all the work we've done and tried to do, and figured you deserved some answers. I don't know if this even means anything. I don't know if there's any answers to be gained from it, but suppose you're Sherlock now.
Son, I know what happened. I've always known.
He blinks a few times and actually releases your hand for a moment. What are you talking about? What do you mean?
It's not something I'm really allowed to talk about, but I know what happened, and it was my fault.
He takes another deep breath and shakes his head slowly as he takes your hand back. I always thought you might have blamed yourself. It's not your fault.
It is. It is my fault. It's exactly my fault. It was because of me. It was me.
Unless you could turn into a bear or something, there's no way that this could have been you. I mean, doesn't. If this is about him wanting to ask you to marry him and all that, that's not your fault either. This is what he wanted. There's
Not
always a
exact-
risk going into the woods. That's ridiculous.
Not exactly a bear, son, but something.
You see his brow furrow, and it just ages him dramatically. All the wrinkles in his face show up. It doesn't make sense to me. What do you mean?
I mean, I don't think it'll even make sense if I explain, but you know, all of those things in fairy tales, in folklore, they're all true. And I just happen to be one of them.
In his eyes, you see a bit of concern matched with a bit of skepticism. I don't rightly know what to say to that. You sure you're doing okay?
I look around in the hospital room for any cameras, which usually they don't have, but just to be like
No.
extra secure, and I make sure that the door is closed. I could show you.
Show me what, Aspen. You're not making any sense.
You have to promise not to die right now, because I swear to God, I couldn't handle it on top of everything else.
I'm not sure if that's a promise I can make, but I'm try.
I'll just shift into lupus.
As you shift, you see he shrinks back a little bit. But strangely enough, he doesn't cry out. He doesn't scream. He doesn't struggle or fight. Everything that you would expect of the reaction that you've been told, the delirium that humans are supposed to encounter, none of that happens. As you drop to all fours, the fur spreading over your body, your senses becoming sharper, you get the strong tang of disinfectants, cleaning solutions, medicine, and death. Believe it or not, death has a smell. Distinct smell. Unforgettable smell. Sun takes a very deep breath in, as deep as it can be, despite the rattling, and followed by a coughing fit. Oh, Guru?
I cock my head and shove my nose into his hand.
You see a look of realization cross his face. Had your first change. That's what happened.
I shift back.
As you shift back into your Hamid form, he doesn't react or startle. You see that his face has fallen a little bit as all of the puzzle pieces start to come together, as the whole picture starts to make sense. You see a knowledge and a wisdom in his eyes that you couldn't have even imagined he had. Then you also see pity across his face as he looks upon you. Reaches over and takes your hand again.
You knew? You know?
My uncle was a guru. I'm what they called at the time kinfolk. And when he died, I left our home, Sept. Went to start a new life elsewhere. The weight of it all, knowing that I could only play a small part, it was just hard to fathom all of it. And I didn't want Ahats growing up in a world like that, especially since he wasn't Guru, he wasn't even kinfolk. Must have been so hard for you. I'm so sorry.
I didn't know. I'm sorry. I would have.
No, you couldn't have. Without a proper kinseeker there to find you and take you in. See a couple of tears start to spill out of his eyes.
I did. I had one. Just we were all new to it. Aiden, my friend Aiden.
Makes a lot more sense. That boy was kind of squirrely.
Yeah.
He looks like he's trying to grasp for words, failing to come up with any.
I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner.
I know your laws. As much as I tried to protect him from that life, I couldn't caught up with him anyway. Should have guessed. But that doesn't matter. Aspen, I want you to do me a dying wish, last favor. What?
Anything for you.
Forgive yourself. For me, for him, for you. The time we both got to spend with you means more than any answers, any revenge, any resentment could ever come close to. And there's one thing I know for sure. It's that the spirits will have embraced him. That he will have found peace. And he would understand. That boy had more understanding and more kindness, just like you.
I'm learning to forgive myself. And I am happy. And I am busy, if it makes any sense. But I guess I couldn't shake the fact that I couldn't give you closure. But I am happy. And I am okay.
Good. That's all I've ever wanted for you, and I feel bad now for having made you dwell on it so much. During all my rantings and ravings and wanting to find the truth. Huh.
Kind of silly if you think about it, right? We could have
Now
just...
it does for sure. All the good you do, let it make up for whatever bad you feel for what was done. And I know you're doing a lot of good. Sure of it. Honestly, if anyone deserved that gift, it's you, because I knew you'd use it right.
Thank you.
Now I'm wondering what you were taken away from to be here. That makes sense now. You're not answering the phone, you...
Like, kind of the leader of all of it, so it takes a lot.
Leader? But you've been a wolf for 3 years now? Or?
When I guess when it's slim pickings, they somebody's got to take it.
Of course you would be. I can't even say that I'm that surprised. Do have concerns about the state of the nation, but not because you're in charge. You were bound to be. But there's also some hope in knowing that more are still being made. Numbers were dwindling, even back when I was part of it all.
Hoping to fix some of those problems.
I know you will. Anybody can, if anybody's stubborn enough, driven enough, and unwilling to quit. Don't worry about me. Be fine. It's not much longer now, and thank you for telling me. Thank you for giving me this. Thank you, because I know how much you must have worried over that.
Yeah. And thank you for being so you about it.
Even now, I don't blame you. When my uncle changed, he had a similar experience. There's been so many stories I've heard ever since. You're not alone. You're doing amazing things. You always were, and now it's even more so. So let it go, all of it. Look ahead, not behind. We'll all
Sorry
be
that
all
I
right.
couldn't come visit, or didn't come visit. I say couldn't, but really, a little bit of both.
That big bit of baggage weighing you down, I'm surprised you were able to get on the plane at all.
Just hoping, it's not falling apart without me, but I've got some pretty good people over there.
Don't let me keep you.
Can't get rid of me that easy. Plus, I have more stories to tell you, and a person I'd like you to meet.
Another one like you?
Yeah, it's hard to make friends anyway else.
Ain't that the truth? As you bring in Artie and introduce him, Son is nothing if not gracious and kind. Even in all of his weakened state, there's no anger or resentment. Not towards Artie, not towards you. You share stories, laugh, enjoy each other's company, and you remember what it is you loved about him. What it is you'll miss knowing that he'll be gone soon. As the night grows dark, do you stay or do you leave?
I think she would stay. Yeah.
So you find a chair to curl up in, a recliner that they have for guests who stay the night. He looks to you as he's starting to drift off to sleep, having received more painkillers. And with like a hazy smile, he says, "Thank you, Aspen, for everything."
Thank you. And one more favor, maybe? Tell him I say hey.
I will. I have a feeling he already knows. As he falls asleep, it's for the last time. Because as the night passes, so too does Soncela. And as you awaken, nurses come in, start to take care of everything. The heaviness of grief doesn't feel as heavy because you've unburdened yourself. As they move him onto a stretcher, draping him in a quilt, say goodbye. Loss is a terrible thing, but it's unavoidable, fortunately. Especially in the life of Gruel. but in the life of everyone. As you watch him being wheeled away, being taken to the funeral parlor or wherever his arrangements have been set up, what goes through your mind as you watch him go and you see Artie, who also stayed the night in the chair in the hallway, getting up, a little mussed, to take your hand? How does Aspen feel?
Again, bittersweet. That's what this trip is. At least she got to be there. At least she got to say goodbye and talk about something that really was such a small thing in the grand scheme of things. But all the more reason why what she does is important, because there's people that she cares about, that she needs to keep safe, that she has to keep safe. And especially with Shannon coming down, there's so many people that, yes, loss is inevitable, but let's make sure it happens as little as possible on her watch.
As the stretcher's being wheeled away down the hallway, going past the lobby, it stops. See a woman probably in her early 30s, someone you've recognized from a lot of the big family gatherings that Hayhat's brought you to, as well as a boy who's maybe 10, looking way older and taller than you remember him being the last time you saw him. This is Soncela's niece, her son. And as they stop and the quilt is drawn back, she tearfully says her goodbyes, and the boy just stands there, still trying to comprehend everything that's happening. You feel a shift. The loss of the connection with son isn't truly lost. Changed. As the boy becomes your touchstone. The passing of Soncela. As you go to leave, you encounter them, you exchange a few pleasantries and words. Before you know it, you're off. Back to Florida. Back to Piney Point. The terrors that await there. Transition now to our final scene of the first half of tonight's story. Jester, you were given an important task as well, especially with Aspen and Artie both being out of town. And it's a task probably best suited for you, but a task that you also are not looking forward to. You were given the job of going to visit Spud to gather whatever assistance he's able to provide, whether it be weapons, whether it be a solution to help take care of this plant problem, to assist you in Piney Point. So as you've made the drive, you find that it's not as long as it was before, as you were given a new address for where to meet Spud. A new campground RV park that is significantly closer, probably about a half hour closer, as Spud has encroached closer on the city. So as you drive into the RV park, of course, it is filled with many other campers from all of the snowbirds who have made their way down to weather out the winter months. Lo and behold, you find it. RV with the chili pepper lights dangling, positioned in a far back corner, seeming like it almost had to or would pull into the roughage to get as far away as it could from the spots. What is Jester feeling as she prepares to meet with the leech?
Conflicted. I will honestly cut the engine on the bike and sit there taking a deep breath, just mentally straight business, in and out. Doesn't need to do anything else, just pick up whatever we can get. This is it's to help us. Just mentally going over that in my head.
So as you climb off the bike and go to approach the door, you aren't greeted by the door flying open and Spud heralding you as he often does. Instead, you find yourself actually having to knock on the door. And after a few moments, you hear the rattling of glass as Spud eventually opens and unlocks the door. You can see that he's dressed in pajamas with a big stocking cap on with a little fuzzy ball at the end. Oh, hey! Jester! Come on in. Where's Aspen?
Taking care of some other things. She sent me to pick up whatever you have for us.
Oh shit, that must suck for you. Well, come on in anyway. And he turns and pulls off the stocking cap, tossing it to the side, and you can see that he has a mangled mess of purple hair that looks like, if spiked appropriately, would be a mohawk. His sides completely shaven. He reaches over and grabs his spectacles that he puts over his eyes as you enter into the RV, and you can see that it is an absolute disaster zone. There are papers strewn everywhere. You can see various chemical implements everywhere. But it looks like his lab setup has definitely improved after the assets that Aspen and your sept were able to acquire for him. You also see that there is a cooler chest, or like a large freezer almost, about the size of a refrigerator, that has now arrived and been installed, whereas before it was just a simple ice box. He walks over to the freezer door and opens it and starts pulling out several implements. So I've been thinking about your problem. I may have some very, very clever solutions for you, albeit a little bit of a compromise, I suppose, that you're going to have to make if you really want to use them. Of course, I have these, and he goes over to the desk and pulls up these like canister-looking implements. They look like these long cylinders that are made of a rusty metal with a switch on it. These are basically grenades. Push this button, huck it into a crowd of them, and it will explode. However, I've insulated it enough with the shrapnel that the iron pieces shouldn't be overheated by the explosion.
Good.
You toss one of these into a bunch of them, and you will tear them apart like jelly going through a screen door.
I like that.
I was only able to make about 6 of them. So use them wisely. However, this is the fun part. She places several blood bags down in front of you, many of them marked with hastily scribbled writing. This is where the real magic happens. Takes a stack of the blood bags, and puts them off to one side. Not 100% that it's going to work, but call it about a good 75%. You drink one of these, and I know it's not to your taste or your liking, and don't worry, there's no funky, weird, kind of like enslaving thing gonna happen. I couldn't do that anyway if I tried. But you drink one of these, and you become, well, a fog. Except, I've done you one better and made that fog laced with iron. It was, in effect, an old recipe of mine called haze that I used to use all the time and have decided to experiment with. So I'm very curious to see how it works. But if you find yourself getting overwhelmed, drink one of these. It'll clear the path for you. You can see that he has stacked up about 4 of the blood bags with the same marking on it. And if you need to, you can probably take a shot of Jack or something before you down it. It is going to have a very interesting taste. Also, he pulls out a container that looks like it's filled with syringe tubes. This is particularly interesting because of our supernatural nature. Not a lot hurts us, right? Well, I've been doing some experimenting, and I think I've found a way, almost like a fucked up multivitamin, to temporarily inoculate you from being infected. You take this injection, it'll last about 2 hours, but it will infuse your blood with iron. And not the kind of iron that comes in like, the A to Z bottle. Like, no, it's the good stuff, the shavings. I've managed to shave them down so much that they're almost microscopic. Now, you will feel a little bit heavier, and after the 2 hours are over, you're probably going to throw up. But for those 2 hours, you won't get infected. So I made enough for you and your band of friends, as well as a few extras for the puppies, because I figure they're probably going to need it too. I'm guessing you're all going Avengers Assemble on this bitch, so, might as well get everybody covered, plus a couple of extras to ensure that the job can be done. He pushes that container with the rattling of the vials inside. And then I made a little something special for Aspen. And he holds up a final blood bag. And on the blood bag, you see flames are drawn on the sticker. This is a little concoction that will, make everything feel a lot colder, but make Aspen a lot warmer. It's called Red's Flamin' Hot Sauce. Little recipe I picked up when I journeyed through Milwaukee. Makes her temporarily immune to fire, but it also means if she can get her hands on anybody, she can burn them as well. Now again, not entirely sure how it's going to work or what the side effects might be. but I've brewed it potently enough that it should work with your situation pretty nicely.
Okay. Stare down at the blood bags for a moment, then point over to the stack. You said we turn into fog on these?
No, you emit fog. It's good to like obscure your any sight of you. Usually that's what I use it for, as like a getaway tactic to make sure I can't get shot or anything, because ow, never feels good. It'll obscure the area. However, I've interlaced it with an iron extract that should also make it very, very harmful to anyone it comes across. It's a good like clear the way alternative, or like a good get the fuck out of there alternative if things go bad. But basically anything that comes within, I'd say, a 6-foot radius of you after you start emitting the fog is going to have a very bad time if it doesn't like iron. And if it does, well, it's going to have a hard time hitting you at least. However, this only lasts for about 15 minutes.
Not sure we're gonna have bottles of Jack when we're, if people are willing to use this.
Need a flask? I got flasks.
No thanks.
Oh, well. Yeah, that's what I was able to put together. Any of that, tickle your fancy? I see the skepticism on your face and the kind of grossed out nature. I know it's a blood bag. Just think of it as like a, really a penny smoothie.
I'll take or set down the shoulder knapsack I have with me, and the bombs definitely. I could take the others to see if anybody wants to use them. But you don't know any side effects or how well it'll work
Well,
on these, correct?
like I said, she's probably going to throw up if she takes the hot sauce, because it's, boy, does it do havoc. I mean, if it doesn't throw up, it's coming out the other end really wacky. But, there's that. As for this, it's not about the side effects, it's about the effectiveness is really what I'm more concerned with. I'm curious to see how effective it'll be given your whole deal. But
Okay.
I think it's worth giving it a shot. I know it's going to be icky going down, but I can promise you, cross my heart, hope to not die again, that it's not going to make you a thrall or bond you to anybody or anything weird like that. It is just going to be an unforgettable taste. And worst comes to worst, nothing happens and you had a penny smoothie that you're going to regret the rest of your life. And only because of the taste, not because, again, nothing.
Mm-hmm.
We want to put some spearmint or something in there to help it go down. You don't
I'll
mind the
pass along.
toothpaste taste.
I'll pass along the suggestion.
Right. Well, yeah. This is what I got. I mean, you could at least pretend to be a little bit impressed, because I seriously had Jack and shit a few weeks ago and I managed to pull this all together.
I am impressed. She already made a deal for you for this, right?
I mean, tips are always nice. I did do all this instead of dealing drugs for the past few weeks, so you're welcome.
There is that. Cash fine?
As long as it's American currency, because, like, I don't do exchange rates or anything like that.
Reach in my wallet and pull out a wad of cash and count out several bills and set them down.
Great. Pleasure
Start
doing
putting-
business. Make sure those stay cold, though, until you're going to use them. You can warm them up right before if you don't want it to be that, like, again, that kind of a milkshakey taste or that daiquiri taste. Although if that's your liking, it'll still work. But it goes down a lot easier when it's warm. So, you can warm it up on the way, put it in your hands, or I don't know, crotch if you're that type of person. I know that's a warm area when I was alive. Yeah.
I'm putting stuff in the bag as I'm listening, and then I'll pause. Okay, then do you have a cooler? Because I have a little bit of a drive.
Yes. With this tip, I definitely have a cooler. He slides his way down to the far end and then pulls up what looks to be a little camping cooler about the size of a foot by 8 or so inches deep. He slides back, drops it down.
Great, thanks.
We should hang out.
Why?
Why not?
Don't you have enough people to hang out with your clients and others?
I mean, sometimes, but you know those types. They're not the best conversation or anything like that. You just seem like you'd be fun. Maybe. Kinda.
Suppose. Some people think I'm fun, some think I'm other things.
I mean, you got the whole, like, leather jacket, motorcycle thing going for you, and I don't know. I'd be interested to learn your story.
Why not
I think-
Aspen?
Hang out with Aspen too. Well, why not you? You got a problem with me?
A little bit.
Why?
One, diet or not, you're a leech. I've had trouble with leeches. Even
Not by
though
choice.
that is fair. And I believe you said that you were trying to reverse that. So I commend you for trying to change your position. But mostly, you deal drugs to people. My mother was an addict.
Okay. Yeah, that's let's see why that'd be a little bit of a tangle in all of that. Well, that's fair. I'm not really sure what's, but I have so many cool stories. Like the one time I Molotov cocktailed the speedboat in Jacksonville.
I will continue, even though now I'm very, tempted to ask. I'll give in. Okay. What happens?
Okay. Get this, right? Okay. I was at dance club. Okay. And this was when I was alive. So this is like, years ago. They had this like DJ coming to guest star in the party who was supposed to be a super big deal. Like, a dead mouse, kind of that deal, but not him, not him specifically, but kind of in the same realm, in that level of fame. Anyway, he was doing a set, supposedly, but then he just shit the bed, like really, really shit the bed in his performance. And then we come to find out it's some idiot he hired to just wear a mask and play a playlist. So I was like, fuck that shit. And so I found his speedboat and I threw a Molotov cocktail at it, because you have to understand how expensive those tickets were. If you're going to have like a substitute step in for you who also thinks they're a rapper, I guess, at least pick a good one.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's. Wow. Both stories I've heard from Jacksonville, I suppose that's not that different.
No, that's like a Tuesday night.
Did you. Did they just leave the wreck in the ocean, or did anybody bother to clean it out?
Right. Forgot for a second who I was talking to. Everything was taken care of. They pulled the wreckage out of the ocean, and
I'm not a 5-year-old. Just because I have beliefs and morals that are my own or our own doesn't mean I'm a 5-year-old and I need to be coddled.
Hey, I don't know what they did with it. But I assume it was taken care of, right? Like they take care of those things.
Not everybody. Some places just leave it, let it drift in the ocean, collect more trash.
Well, I mean, I suppose that's true. There is an elementary school on a barge.
Yeah. Did you know there is a giant mass of trash floating in the ocean?
Really?
I don't remember how big it is. I think it was at least a city.
Well, proposition. What if, in hopes of helping clean up the trash, we went out to that island and I went scavenging? There's a lot of good materials left in garbage dumps. You'd be surprised.
Fair. At least you're reusing things.
That's got car exhaust and cigar smoke in it.
I'll look at the one of the bombs. You know, you really are kind of brilliant in what you do.
Aw, shucks. If I could blush, I would.
Imagine
And I
what you
mean
could
that,
do.
genuinely. Anyway,
Imagine what you could do to help the world.
isn't that what I'm doing right now? You guys are like saving the world, right? So
Yeah.
I'm helping by association.
Imagine the more you could do for it.
What do you mean?
Instead of perpetuating people's addictions, why not use your skills to actually help make things better for people?
I think this is more of a, societal, cultural thing than it is anything else. But if saving the world paid the bills, I totally would.
Could be both.
Are you offering something?
Maybe.
Well, don't be coy. I told you I didn't know what happened to the boat.
I'm not being coy. This is good. And we paid you for it. Like, there'll probably be more. I maybe could find people that you could help more. Switch out your business to something else. Have to figure it out, though. I don't have, like, any sort of plan or straight answer. It's just an idea.
Give me a charisma and persuasion.
Can I use rhetoric?
Yes.
What is my rage?
2.
I figured. Uh, 4 successes.
He leans back against his work table, sitting on the rolling stool. Help people, huh?
Food for thought. Look down on one of the blood bags. Or blood for thought, I guess.
If I had another way to make it work, I totally would for you, because I know the whole blood thing is a squick for most of you non-blood types. But
I
You
had
have-
to eat deer. It's not the blood. It's where the blood originates from.
me. Well, also some of the donations I received. And yes, they were
Okay.
actual donations. I didn't go like hijacking blood.
No, I remember you asking for donations from Aspen, so multiple times, so I'm sure. Just something to think on.
Well,
I mean, if you want to hang out, maybe we can brainstorm sometime in the future.
deal.
Okay. Deal.
You have intrigued me with this idea of betterment. Because again, those types of people aren't the most fun to hang out with. So, it'd be nice to run with a different crowd. Okay. It'll give me more time to work on my special project. Yeah. After all your, storming the castle is done, maybe we can talk about a bit of charity work.
I like charity work.
Believe it or not, me too. If I could get a degree, I would, but 1, so expensive. 2, basically worthless. And 3, classes don't happen all night.
There's been vast changes since the internet has become a thing, right? Like, how old are you?
That's not important.
Okay,
How old do I
but
look?
I don't know, 60?
The fuck? I'll have you know, I stopped aging at the ripe young age of 22, okay? So,
Fair. Online classes exist. I'm just saying. At least for the night thing. Expense
There's-
thing. We're in a weird capitalistic hell system.
also, I don't think anybody's going to want a, school record from years ago.
I have a friend. Might be able to fix things for you on that. Depends. If you actually want to go to school and learn.
Pretty sure there's nothing they could teach me that I don't already know, but I'll think about it.
I have a friend that could match a degree with your skill. But
However,
we'll discuss that later.
I'd like something in exchange.
I thought that was the hanging out. You wanted to hang out.
Yeah, but I see your motivations for hanging out to sit here and convince me that what I do is bad and it's ruining lives and all that kind of stuff. I want you to try one of my bags.
Fine. If you're willing to actually give it a chance and not just pay me lip service,
My
I
word
will
is
try
my
one of your
bond.
bags.
I will stop making money and consider and work with you on some noble charity efforts. Okay?
Can't say you don't have to make money, but
Yeah, but it's just, it's not the same. And also, it's not nearly the same amount. But that's, again, neither here nor there. Are you going to try the bag?
yes, I will try the bag and I will report back to you on what it does.
I meant right now, but okay, you can try it later. I suppose that's fair. You don't necessarily want to start vomiting like a sprinkler in front of me. That's cool.
Actually, no. I will try the... How many airbags are there?
Well, there's... Of the fog bags?
Yeah, that's what you want me to try, right?
Yes, there are 8 of those.
I'll pick up a bag. Okay.
Eh,
I will try it. Stare
As you-
down of it. Kind of disgusted. Really disgusted. Take a deep breath. In my head, I'm just remembering the taste every time I can taste the worm and expecting it to taste like that. And I'm really dreading it. But then I will rip it open and just kick it back like a really bad tasting shot.
Okay. As you drink back the bag, roll me a stamina and resolve, or stamina and composure, as you suck in this very coppery tasting viscous material that also has like a cigarette butt taste to it, as if a stomped out cigarette butt had been put into a liquid form and drank down, very ashy.
I got 3 successes.
Okay. As you drink back the bag, you find that your body roils trying to hold back the material, but you have the wherewithal to keep the bile down that's rising up in your throat. And as you do, start to see, even as if it's coming out of your pores, out of your mouth, out of your nose, out of the pores of your skin, this thick, silvery gray fog starts to roll off of your skin. And it goes down to the floor and starts to kind of plume its way outwards till it starts to fill up the entirety of the RV with this thick, gray, silvery fog. It's really hard to see through it at first, and it almost stings your eyes for a moment. But as you blink them back, you feel a set of goggles placed into your hand. Pulling the goggles on over your eyes, the stinging sensation in your eyes goes away. And while it's a hazy view, you can still make out at least the overall shape of your surroundings. You can make out vague details of your surroundings. At this point, you hear an excited squeak from Spud as he runs over to his table and starts pushing materials aside. And then he pulls out an arm. And the arm is covered in these weird mushroomy growths that you've seen so many times. And he brings the arm closer. And as he does so, you see the skin start to blacken and peel, pulling away, dropping off in these disgusting chunks to the floor. And he squeaks even more, dropping the arm and clapping his hands. And as it hits the ground, it just shatters before dissipating into a almost like dirt fertilizer type material that is dry and crusty.
Nice. This is very weird, and it does taste disgusting.
It's an acquired taste, but the results are worth the ick.
This is pretty genius, I will admit.
I am so thrilled that it worked. This was a complete shot in the dark. I had no way to test for sure. This is fantastic. Awesome. Awesome. Ah. Now it just looks like we're baking an RV, which is fine. Wouldn't be the first time. Should wear off in about 15 minutes. Well, I guess 9.5 minutes from now. But it works. And as long as your friends can stomach it, should be all good.
It's good to know. At least we didn't test it out while we were there.
No, yeah, that would have been bad. If it didn't work, then I'd feel really, well, I guess I wouldn't feel much of anything, but I'd feel guilty, at least a little bit. Cool. Okay. Well, I guess we're all good here, unless there's anything else.
Probably not a good idea for me to leave. For
Well, in
another
like 8
8 minutes.
Yeah.
But no, I think we're all good, so
Okay.
thanks.
Well, thank you, because you tried it and were my test subject, and I appreciate that very much. Opens up so many new possibilities. Okay. Anyway, I will hold up my end of the bargain. No more dealings until at least you return and we find out another option, another path, I suppose. And then, yeah, we'll save the world.
Okay. I like it.
Julio. After a few minutes, the fog starts to dissipate. And while there is a little bit of a almost sparkly sheen on the interior of the RV everywhere that the fog touched, he says, "Don't worry about it. It should melt away in about a half hour."
Okay. So it doesn't stay or linger then.
No, I know that you guys were very, concerned. Aspen had mentioned that she didn't want it to be like environmentally damaging at the same time. So there is just a splash of acid in there that will burn away any excess materials once it activates, which it should be doing right now.
Okay. That's... Can all leeches do this?
No. Thank God for that. That would be, one, really bad for business, and two, why
Frightening.
would you need me? Yeah, frightening. Absolutely. There are some that can.
Interesting. That's, as far as I understand, not possible out in normal means, so it's a good thing that not all leeches can do that, because I'm pretty sure there'd be a lot that... Anyways.
Well, there are some that can do a lot scarier things than this, so, kind of the trade-off.
I know.
Anyway, thank you for trusting me, at least enough to try it. I know trust is a thing that needs to be earned and built and blah, 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 but you have impressed me whatever that's worth, with your willingness to make this deal.
It's worth a shot. Aspen likes you. I trust her judgment a lot.
Yeah, that's
So-
weird, right?
I guess. But I
She's a
think
cool
she sees
chick.
something in you.
And apparently so do you.
Maybe I just have a soft spot for broken things.
Hey,
I'll walk out the door. Later.
have fun storming the castle.
Indeed.
As you hear the door to the RV shut, return to your bike with quite a bit of cargo. So, setting the cooler up, maybe using some bungee cords to attach it to the back, stuffing some of the materials in the saddlebags if you can to make sure that they don't befall a bad fate of becoming roadside trash. Start up the bike and pull away. Considering what you thought going into this situation, what are Jester's feelings now as she leaves?
I'm thinking back to Eliza telling me that instead of just spitting truths, I try to inspire. And after Virginia, and saying that I would still continue to try to make changes. Maybe it's worth a shot. Aspen seems to like have a soft spot for Spud, so there's got to be something in there worth it. And he does help. So maybe trying to inspire change in him can help create some sort of rolling avalanche where change just will continue.
With that, go to our break. When we return in the second half, the attack on Piney Point begins. See you in a few minutes. Welcome back. As we return for the second half, we find ourselves at Piney Point. Piney Point is a facility that's at the far end of a long kind of land inlet that goes out into the Gulf, about 3 hours south of Tampa, depending on traffic. This location has been the cause of a lot of stress, a lot of frustration, and a hell of a lot of death due to the many individuals who've been infected by the growing pestilence that seems to make its way out from Piney Point. We stand late in the evening as the plan was set for about 2 hours to 90 minutes before dawn is to break. But dawn breaks a lot later this time of year. So it's probably about 4:35. You're all gathered at the end of the long driveway where a large barbed wired fence, the security gate, stands near the roadside. Charles looks to all of you and says, all right, remember the plan. Got the pups going after the administration building, going for the greenhouse, the laboratory. Anything, changelings, as well as perhaps their captor, could be within that laboratory building if what everything Jace reported is true. Thanks to Duskborn, we have an advantage. I believe the best case would be to use it to move through any defenses that they have to go straight for the greenhouse. We have He Who Shines, the Ratkin, able to assist on holding back any ground forces and minimizing their numbers as best as possible from the outside. Once we're in, though, we will be on our own, as they will likely close ranks behind us once the fog dissipates. On the opposite side, Eliza and Larry will be watching our backs from the Umbra, trying to handle any banes or malevolent spirits that could potentially encroach their way in from that side. If everything worked out right, they should have some spiritual assistance as well. At the very least, I told them to pull back if no assistance arrives. Do what they can, and then retreat, so as not to put themselves in more harm's way than necessary. Any questions? Very well. He opens up a large trunk that he has set off to the side near the vehicle, and as he does, he withdraws several clips that look like they go into a handgun and passes them to Jace. Iron-tipped bullets, courtesy of the bikers.
Okay. He'll grab him.
He then pulls out a long sword, almost the size of a great sword, two-handed. Passes it over to Jester, courtesy of your friend, the Smith. And then he pulls out two wicked-looking spiked gauntlets that actually look like they have long claws that come off the end of them. Almost like Wolverine claws coming out of the end that strap onto the forearm and interlace over the fingers. He looks to Aspen. For you. Usually use tooth and claw. Should be fairly effective.
Okay. And she puts them on and messes with them for a second.
Just act like you're punching and clawing as normal. These will just do the extra. If you were to change forms, these items should shift with you. Those claws have the ability to stretch to a larger size. If you need them to, at least the forearm straps do. They're almost like elastic, very stretchy material. And obviously the sword will go with you. As for me, he reaches into the trunk and pulls out 2 sawed-off shotguns, which he slides into 2 holsters and puts on a bandolier of shotgun shells. I'm going to be using Dragon's Breath. Try to stay out of the way as best as possible.
I'm right now testing the weight and like getting used to the weight of the sword at the moment.
Being a great sword, it's heavier than your clave. Pretty significantly heavier, and probably about as long, if not a little bit longer, than Ryder's clave originally was before it got broken. So it does take a little bit of effort to get the balance of it, but as soon as you do, you realize it's weighted very effectively. It's got a very nice weight to it that you can hold it on your hand about midway down and it doesn't tilt either way.
Okay.
The edges of these particular items aren't particularly sharp. They're a little bit more blunted than a blade usually is, probably because of the nature of which it was made, having to be hammered out. Couldn't really be sharpened for fear of heating up the iron. But it'll work. You know it'll work. With enough force, with enough strength, you will be able to make these items effective, because really, from what you've learned from your experiences, it's making contact with the items that does the most damage to these creatures. Any contact with iron will have an effect, even if it isn't piercing or slashing through. At this point, Charles looks towards the cooler that you have, Jester.
I will set it down, or I will take it and open it up and be like, okay. So I'll take out the special one and hand it to Aspen. Of course, this is anybody's choice to drink these. They are made, I think, from his blood. Pretty sure it was his blood too, so heads up on that. He said this one was for you. It makes you 1 immune to fire. And also when you touch others, you can burn them. That's the way he explained it, but he also said that there is an after effect that you will probably throw up short time after the effect wears off. These other ones, I tried one and it worked, so there is that. We do know if we drink them, he says they last about 15 minutes, and you exude a mist. Basically, I saw it. It's like a mist or a fog that will obscure sight in the area around you, but also it's been laced with iron dust, so it's going to hurt them. Like, I watched when I tested it, he took the arm, I guess one of the arms he had been given to test out things, and it disintegrated basically. So it's effective if you guys want to use them. He also gave us these, and I'll pull up the inoculations. He says this will make us immune to the disease for about 2 hours. The infection. It didn't really tell me what that was made of. Just we inject them and we have about 2 hours. I think there's also a side effect of throwing up, so you know. And then we have these. They're basically grenades. Push the button, throw them, they will explode. Except the heat didn't mess up the iron dust. He managed to get it so the iron dust will shoot in a large area We only have about 6.
How, vomit aside, how long does this fire immunity last?
From what you were able to learn, Jester, about 30 minutes.
30 minutes, yeah.
At
Okay.
best, although there is a possibility it might taper off earlier.
Given I tried this, pointed to the others in Hamid, I don't know how it will affect with our regeneration, how long the effects will stay in, but he said 30 minutes for those, 15 minutes for yours, and 15 minutes for ours. But it could be sooner, not sure.
There's enough inoculations here to also cover our changing breed friends as well as pups, it looks like. So I'm going to make sure that they are distributed and heavily encouraged to be used. I'm also going to take at least 1 bag of the fogging blood to give to them as an escape method if they need it, if things are starting to go bad and they need to get away.
Well, there's 7 bags of that, so you could probably take 2 just to be safe, and leaves
Very
us
well.
5.
As long as we have at least 1 to use if we need to escape, that should be enough as long as we stay in a tight cluster.
We also gotta be careful where we're walking in there. When Artie and I were here last, they had them in cages. And if we're pushing this iron mist around and we're just running through there.
Well, if I understand correctly, the iron will only last for 15 minutes, which should buy us enough time to get into the greenhouse before it wears off.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to bring it up.
Very valid point.
As far as, because I'm not well versed in weapons really at all, how effective, or how many times can these be effective before they're gone, or is this different?
Well, they were made of a significant amount of iron based off of the size of the weapons. Obviously, the bullets have 1 shot and they're done, but your gauntlets should last for about 30 strikes, as should the greatsword.
Okay.
Very well. I'm going to go consult with the others to make sure that they have the strike plan ready. Artie should be cutting power to the facility in about 20 minutes, at which point we will begin our assault. I do expect that they have backup generators that will kick further power on, possibly within minutes afterwards. Artie says he has gremlins on standby ready to take out the generators shortly after they come back on, if they do. That he takes a couple of blood bags and the rest of the inoculations and goes heading over to another group nearby where you can see She Who Shines, the Ratkin, and a little bit further from that, the Hellhounds all gathered together.
Can we see Piney Point from where we are?
Not really. The driveway is long enough, and there's a little bit of a hill in between here and there that seems to block vision from the road.
Mm-hmm.
So it's probably going to require you to go further in to see anything.
Okay.
Are you guys
Guys, okay.
ready?
I think as ready as we can be at this point without giving them too much time to prepare too.
Jace, as you're looking upon the facility, so far from what you've seen, it looks exactly as it did the last time you were here. The road is well manicured, as are the 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 hill and the grass. It looks all nicely mowed and cut. From what you can tell, the illusion is still active.
While he is looking out over it, careful with what you are perceiving out there. What's actually going on there is not what you're going to be seeing. The blanket that they have over this place is very strong. So they might throw things out there that are going to mess with your head. Just try and keep well vigilant and keep that in mind.
Well, pull out the aura shades from Charles's trunk and look to Aspen. One of us could use this to keep an eye out too.
I think you're better with them, so
Okay.
go ahead. And I'll just stay between you and Jace if needed.
All right.
As you slip the aura shades on, seeing to the other side, it is vastly different in comparison. The ground looks spoiled and rotted. There are vines crawling up the side of the fence, almost encapsulating it. You can see that the driveway is still very much there, but it leads past a large forest that kind of crests the top of the hill. And you can tell from the trees several of those spouting pod-like plants have grown along the sides of the trees, ready to eject that yellowish mist. And in fact, on the other side, you can see a yellow cloud hanging over it. You also see, standing very close nearby, but in the umbra, Eliza and Larry. Larry looks very uncomfortable and unnerved, and Eliza seems to have a hand on his shoulder and be talking to him, although you can't make out whatever they're saying.
Just look at the area and just be like, gross.
It only gets worse when you get further in.
Lovely. So, do you want to see Aspen? Just so you have an idea of what it actually looks like?
Why not? And she's kind of pulling out her little injection to get it ready to.
I'll pass her the glasses so she can take a look too.
Yeah, just like before, you see the large forest, although it's more of like a small copse of these large trees that have the bitters crawling up along the side of it. You see the yellow fog and haze that seems to exist over the entire area. You even make out a few creatures just out of sight, seemingly to be flying through the umbra, through the cloud, and occasionally you can see on the other side gouts of green light ignite on the other side.
I hate those things. As she pulls off the glasses and gives them back to Jester.
Pretty terrible. Look over, check to see if Charles is on his way back, or if within distance. If he is, I actually want to do Song of Rage at this point before we head in.
Yeah, he returns probably 10 minutes later. As he approaches, you begin your Song of Rage. What song are you singing?
I am singing How It's Done by Huntrix and K-pop Demon Hunters.
Okay.
I made my rage.
Go ahead and make the roll.
What rage are we at this point before I start?
3. Everyone's at 3, for sure.
Okay. Cool. I got 4 successes.
Okay. 4 successes, everybody gains a rage, bringing you up to 4. After a few minutes, you hear the sound of electricity powering down in great amounts as the area is plunged into darkness beyond the fence. At this point, Charles walks up to the security gate with the padlock on it and just yanks, and the padlock immediately breaks, flinging open the fence wide. Almost immediately, She Who Shines takes point, moving through the gate, and as she enters into the driveway, you see her shape start to grow, large and scaled, as she stretches longer and longer, growing taller and taller before passing over the hill to the other side. Following in behind, both remaining groups, the rat can go following after also, but both remaining groups, the Hellhounds and yourselves, proceed onward. As you move down the path, passing the forest to your left, you see several of the trees immediately catch flame as a gout of fire emits from She Who Shines in her large, almost fantastical shape. Pressing onward, you grow closer to the facility and you can see the well-trimmed hedges, the illusions still standing. But at this point, a voice comes over a loudspeaker emanating from within the building. Welcome, guests. I don't believe you had an appointment, but we are always happy to be accommodating. I hope you enjoy what you see. And with that, the illusion starts to melt away. And as it does so, the entire area changes. The ground is all gnarled and dead, covered in weeds, some even coming up out of the driveway itself, crossing your path. The well-trimmed hedges that seem to round the fence are now blackened with sparkling thorns coming out of them, and you can even see the tendrils or the vines starting to twitch and twirl as if they're drawn in your general direction. And then beyond the fence, a legion. And by a legion, I mean your best estimate, at least 100 of the infected creatures hulking and stalking on the other side, preparing to come to the security gate that meets the road. What do you do?
I do want to say, like, about 5 minutes before we were set to the electricity go out, I would have inoculated myself. But as we're walking forward, I think I'm going to shift into Glabro as we're heading towards the gate.
Same.
That rage check.
Yeah.
I would also like to go into Glabro, but before I do, I'm just going to turn to Jace real quick. And hey, so things get really weird in these places, and just in case anything happens, I just wanted to say thanks.
As walking up, give her a little pat on the back. Anytime. But, you know, same with stuff. And he'll kind of go forward and at that point go into Glabro trying to focus up.
Okay. As you draw closer, you can see the branches, although it's more like vines of the trees, start whipping out in your direction as if trying to reach for you, but not quite coming into contact. You can see, though, with their amount of reach, they can definitely cover the entire roadway leading to the gate. If they wanted to, they could whip across the road and snag anything trying to go towards the gate.
Is it a line of them, or is it like, are they
It's an entire line that surrounds the perimeter except the roadway.
Okay.
You can guess that their reach is probably, at full extension, 15, maybe even 20 feet. So that includes up, out, in every direction from their origin point.
All right. I'm gonna take one of the grenades, and then I'll look to Charles and be like, "Okay, can you help me figure out the best place to throw this that we can get a hole?"
Center it about midway down the fence. An accurate enough throw should clear a path for she who shines when she's done with the forest to barrel through that fence. However, after that, we need to take at least one of the fogs, if not all of us, and we need to go in. Jace, you said that the fence is silver, right?
Yeah, the entire thing.
All right. Try not to make contact with it if you can. I will take out the fence, or at least the gate, to get us through, if the explosion doesn't bring down some of the fence. So Jester,
All right.
as you prepare to arm the grenade, picking your focus point, give me a... Let's go with wits and investigation to see, or wits and survival, either one, to see what you think would be the perfect centering point that you're going to get the most spread from the grenade and also clear the roadway to the gate for you.
Okay. Do I get any assistance die since Charles pointed
Absolutely.
towards this?
Yeah.
Two successes.
Okay. 2 successes. You think you have a general vicinity, but really now it's going to come down to your dexterity and athletics roll as you go to throw the grenade in the direction of the bushes to see how well it does.
Okay.
Get no bonus die from spotting out a weak spot because of the 2 successes.
It's okay. 6 with a crit.
Okay. Pressing the button as you were shown by Spud, you hurl the cylindrical container and it goes end over end in a twisting fashion before dropping down into the bushes. In fact, a bush reaches up and snags it, wrapping around it before pulling it back in. However, because of the timing of it, before it can do anything like hurl it back, you hear a pop followed by a loud bang as it explodes outwards, sending shrapnel flying in all directions. As the shrapnel spreads amongst the bushes, you hear a sizzling sensation and clouds of this same almost silvery gray smoke starts to come up from the bushes themselves. You see their branches start to curl inwards, growing brittle and breaking apart as they wilter, and a large gap is left behind going towards the fence. Very effective throw. You have taken out the entire front line of bushes with that canister. At this point, Charles looks towards the blood bag for the fog and takes a big gulp of it, starting to drain it down as he goes running forward towards the fence.
Just,
What are your intentions?
I'll give Jester a look, a like disgusted look, and then just drink it and start going after Charles.
All right, give me a stamina and composure roll as that coppery, smoky, disgusting taste hits your tongue to see if you can even get it down your throat.
3.
You struggle a little bit getting the bag down. Enough that you do, but you definitely feel like you want to throw up as you're trying to force this material down your throat. Roll me an additional d10 if you would.
1.
Okay. Does anyone else take their bags?
Yes. Reluctantly.
Give me a stamina and composure.
I'm gonna save mine.
Okay.
Four.
All right. You are able to stomach it down. Again, it's disgusting, but like taking a shot of some really bad liquor, you just gulp it down as quickly as you can. Roll me an additional d10 if you would.
9.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you manage to stomach the fluid as best as you can, and you see both of you feel this almost like damp feeling start to ooze out of your pores and your skin, almost like you have a runny nose as well. But as it does, it starts to become this gray silver fog start to emanate off of you, giving you about a 6-foot radius on all sides as it starts to cover the area. As you start moving towards the fence, I need everyone to make me a wits and awareness check. However, it is going to be at a -2 because of the obscured sight caused by the fog. You are not used to fighting in these conditions, so it is very unnerving and a little difficult. Okay. Jace, you're fine moving forward, but Jester and Aspen, you start to find yourselves getting a little bit lost in the fog. The sound of grunting and breaking metal gives you a general direction as Charles grabs onto the fence, and as his hands start to burn, he yanks the fence open, pulling it completely off, the gate completely off the fence itself, and throwing it to the side, leaving these reddened welts and burns on his hands from making the contact. As he does so, however, the Legion start to barrel their way outward towards him. But as soon as the first line hits the fog, they start screeching in agony, and like these greenish flames start to burst out on their skin where all of the mushroom bits are, causing them to just drop down to the ground. Charles shouts, "Forward!" and he starts barreling through, moving in the direction of the greenhouse. The hazy cloud that encompasses all of you just carves a path through the center of them, all sending them all fleeing backwards or kind of pushing backwards away from the fog as it makes contact with them. However, I would like everyone to make me a stamina and athletics roll as you are running full tilt in the direction of the greenhouse.
The fog wouldn't have any effect on this part, right?
No. No, this is literally endurance at this point. Okay. So Jester, you take off full tilt into the crowd, following the plume of smoke that's falling behind Charles. You are able to catch up to him and enter into his cloud as you don't have one of your own. But you see that the other cloud is starting to fall behind as both Aspen and Jace can't keep up with the athletic nature of both you and Charles. Aspen and Jace, I need both of you to make dexterity and athletics rolls as projectiles are hurled into the cloud from the Legion.
Another 4.
4 with a crit.
Okay. Even with the fog obscuring your vision and making it difficult to see, you hear the projectile coming in and are managed to sidestep it as large chunks of concrete hit the ground near you, breaking into further pieces beneath your feet. But you manage to step back or hold back enough to dodge them as they hit the ground. At this point, you hear the crunching and rending of metal as She Who Shines barrels through the fence, drawing a lot of the attention of a good majority of the Legion outside, who move to intercept her as her large lizard dragon-esque form lets out a massive roar, sending a gout of flame up into the sky, illuminating the area enough to allow those who failed their checks to see to get a good idea as to the details. Remember, the entire area is pretty much pitch black, so it is difficult to see on top of it. But as she ignites the sky, you are able to make out the direction that the others are going and start running in that direction with them. As projectiles come raining in from all sides, Jester, as you have your aura shades on and the penumbral senses active, Jace, did you activate yours yet, or are you holding off?
Holding off for right now.
Okay. The sky around you is filled with this heavy yellow fog in the umbra. You can see that these creatures, these flying creatures, are flying overhead, surrounding you, almost like buzzards in the sky. As they fly over, they let out caws, and you can see this greenish smoke coming out of the sides of their beaks. You also see a variety of other malformed creatures, including large crabs, starting to advance on the position. And it looks like they're moving to block the way between you and the greenhouse. As you head towards it, you see that Eliza and Larry are still further behind, back near the gate. And it seems like Eliza has these smoky shadows starting to fly and circle around her. But as she breathes in, you see some of the smoky shadow enter into her mouth and just get completely sucked in as she ingests the entire Bane spirit, devouring it. Larry, who is fighting as best as he can, pauses to look over at her, very, very disturbed by what he's witnessed, before he takes a shot and then turns back and starts fighting again. Pushing forward, these creatures in your way. Even through the fog above you, you see sparks of light in the sky start to illuminate as the stars start to shine a little bit brighter up above, piercing through the yellow fog. And a huge gust, a wave, comes pouring in from the sky, dissipating or separating a good majority of the yellow fog as birds and stags and various creatures, spirits, come boring down from above, swarming down onto the ground, going to charge towards these creatures. The birds going to encounter the firmlings, the stags going to charge towards the crab-like pollution banes. And they immediately hit into conflict and make contact with another, brawling on the other side. But with your focus and knowing your time limit on the fog, you continue to charge forward through the midst of all of it, heading towards the gates, doors of the greenhouse. I'd like everyone to make me 3 attack rolls. Because despite the fact that these creatures are being encompassed, the larger Frankenstein-esque creatures can seem to hold off the fog a little bit longer, even though it's still damaging them enough to be an obstacle in your path that you have to find your way through. So everybody make 3 attacks for me to try and break through to the other side. Oh,
Have they caught up with us with the help of She Who Shines,
Who?
Aspen and Jace?
yes.
Okay.
And the illumination gave them a better path. Plus,
Okay.
they drew a good portion of the Legion away.
Cool.
Are you ready for the results?
Yeah, give me your results.
All right. Obviously I'm shooting. First one, 6 with the crit. Second one was 3. Third one was another 6, no crit.
Okay, so 2 of those shots made contact, blowing off large chunks of these 2 massive, hulking Frankenstein-esque monster creatures in front of you. The third shot went wide and missed. Aspen.
That'd be 4, 4, and 5.
Okay. Using the new gauntlets that you have with the spikes on the side, as you come up close and rake them across these large creatures, trying to punch a hole through them to get to the other side, you find that as the claws make contact, they start to sizzle and tear away large chunks of the flesh from these creatures, almost cauterizing as they pull away through these chunks, ripping them off, leaving dissipating, breaking apart pieces of brittle organic material dropping to the ground behind you. Jester, what did you get?
3, 2, and 6.
Okay. So your first couple of swipes miss, but as you turn and the large sword into the center of the beast, it just explodes in this like acidic fire that starts to just rip away from its torso, burning it down. However, because you did miss the first 2, I need you to take 4 points of superficial damage already halved, having been clobbered at least once as you got in close to them, missing with the sword swings.
How much?
4 superficial.
4? Okay.
Jace, I need you to take 2 superficial as a projectile hit you from your missed shot as well. But with your combined efforts, you drive the 2 large creatures to the ground, leaving a straight path towards the doors of the greenhouse. Seeing the greenhouse with no obstruction, no veil, no illusion covering it, it is a building straight out of an abandoned theme park or a nightmare. You can see vines growing up along the sides, covering the roof, some of them starting to grow over and obstruct the doorway, making sure that you can't break in. The vines themselves are actually moving as they do so to try and defend and block the building. As you reach the building and hit those vines, even with the iron, the vines don't burn away. With the fog that's surrounding you, they do not burn away. Roll me a intelligence and science.
For everyone?
Anybody who wants to.
Environmentalism specialty work?
Sure, I'll let that apply here.
Earth science? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll let that
Maybe?
apply here
Okay.
too.
I don't have one.
That's fine. You do not have to.
I got 3 just for looking at it.
4.
Okay. So Aspen and Jace both. Jester, you are just far too distracted by the massive creature you took down with your blade, and you're just making sure to get a couple of extra chops in so that it doesn't reform in any way. But Jace and Aspen, the vines that are covering the building look to appear to be natural weeds or vines from the area. However, it looks like they have been augmented or using some sort of magical energy to give them life of their own, allowing them to grow and extend, and the iron will have no effect on them as they don't seem to be the same organic material as the infected creatures. They are not infected vines, they are just vines. But they are thick and braided to the point that they are creating a massive obstruction over the doorway. As Charles gets to the front door on the vines, he starts reaching and grabbing them and starting to tear them off of the doorway as best as possible. But every time he tears one off, another one seems to grow up and take its place. Frustrated with this, he steps back and reaches down to both holsters, pulling both shotguns up and leveling them at the door before firing, setting off 2 large gouts of fire out of the barrels of both of these guns, which slam into the vines, causing them to immediately catch fire and alight. Takes just a few minutes for the vines to burn away from the doorway, but as they do so, your fog starts to fade and dissipate. The last bits of it starting to hit the ground and spread away, the radius around you shrinking. That being said, I would like 3 more attacks from each of you as some of the legion that's at the back turns in your direction, the fog no longer inhibiting their attack point, and they move towards you.
Has their fog faded, or is it still...
Everyone's fog has faded. Anybody who's used a fog potion has faded.
Okay, is it a minor action to drink the potion, the blood bag?
Yeah, I'd say so.
All right, I will drink it and hold the back. Also, I'm going to heal.
Okay, give me a stamina and composure. Depending on the results of this, though, it may become a full action if you are sickly enough that you can't hold the formula down.
Cool. I got 5 successes? Yes, 5.
5 successes, okay. Having already experienced this sensation before, you are much more comfortable drinking this one down. It's still gross, let's be honest, but like, you've experienced it once. It's not as much of a shock to your system this time, the second time, so you completely down it in one just fell swoop. Roll me an additional d10 if you would.
I'll have to do this. 6.
Okay. Okay. Good enough.
And I will heal 1 point of superficial, also lose a rage.
Okay.
Now I'll roll my my attack rolls.
Yeah, go ahead. You can absolutely roll your attack rolls. And Jace and Aspen, you can roll your attack rolls. However, Aspen, you feel the formula coming back up again, and you are getting ready to vomit. So all of your attack rolls are at a -2 as the side effect kicks in. Jace, what did you get?
Healing a soup, and I got 4, 4, 5.
Okay. All 3 shots hit their mark, holding back some of the encroaching legion of infected that are starting to move towards you, keeping them like buckling and slowing their advance. Jester, what did you get?
I've got 1 with brutal, so 5 because I'm attacking.
Yeah.
And then 5, and then the last one was also 5.
Okay. Any that do manage to make it past Jace's flurry of bullets, his hail of bullets, you are there to cut them down with the great sword, swinging it in arcs overhead, having to use 2 hands to use it because it is such a weighty blade. But every time it makes contact, despite its dull edge, it cuts into them like butter, leaving a sizzling sensation with each strike. Some of them, even the smaller ones that come close, get rended completely in half with one of these blade strokes. Aspen.
So the first one is 2, so I'm gonna vomit on the thing that I'm fighting, wipe my mouth, feel a little bit better, and then I got a 5, and then I spent a willpower and I got another 5 with a crit.
Okay. So I need you to take 2 points of superficial damage already halved, as one does get a strike in on you despite being vomited upon. But then you respond in kind by burying your claws into it and shredding outwards, causing it to just completely tear in half, top from bottom, causing the top part to just drop off to the side. At this point, the fog starts to emit from Jester, blooming the area in the fog, causing those legion of the infected legion that are close to start to burn up and cripple and drop to the ground. The others that were starting to advance back off immediately. From further off, you hear the roar of She Who Shines as several of these legion are bursting into flame, running away, and others are being just tossed and hurled off to the side by massive claws. Jace, you can see several of the ratkin have taken the most awful form you've ever seen as they become these large man-sized rats and are scurrying in. In fact, you see some of them moving past the Legion and heading around the administration building to the other side. Before the generators can even kick fully on, you hear an explosion of one of the generators from behind that causes some of the lights to flash and go out. And you hear a hissing yippee-ki-yay motherfucker from the other side of the building as the 2 ratkin come charging back out again, away from the smoke that's billowing from one of the generators. Finally, the vines are torn away from the glass doors that make up the greenhouse, and yanking them open, a large gout of these yellow spores, this yellow fog on the actual side, not the umbral side, comes pouring out towards you. However, because of the inoculations, it does not infect you or have any effect as you shove your way into the building. Charles turns and yanks the door shut before grabbing a piece of rebar and tying it around the door handles, making sure that the doors will at least be shut for a short while. And the vines, despite burned away, have started to regrow and cover up the exit. Looking in front of you, you are in the middle of a walkway that is flanked on either side by several exotic plants. And Jace, from what you can see, some of the exotic plants are the same ones you saw in the vision. They aren't as prominent or impressive in size, but there are some actual plants here. Just regular old plants in this greenhouse. But also, you see vines hanging down with the same silvery thorned spikes from the ceiling further in along your path before the path opens up to the wider greenhouse as a whole.
At this point, as got into the greenhouse, now I'm going to pop my penumbral senses.
Okay. So give me the willpower check and then or spend the willpower and give me the roll.
Three.
Okay. Using your senses to open up to the other side, you see outside of the glass shadows crawling up along the sides, scratching at and clawing at the grass of the greenhouse, looking to make egress as banes start to flood over the top of the building. In front of you, however, you see the same kind of vision that you're seeing now. Very few things, if anything, are standing out. What you're guessing is that you were able to see the ones that were hidden before with that sight. But some of them look like they have moved or gone, but others are still nearby. You can see the pod plants that spit out the spores, having just blown their load, let's call it what it is, have their plant blooms open and are starting to close them again, as if they're preparing to start building up the spores again, which takes a bit of time for them to generate the spores for another spit. Ahead of you, just get a feeling of wrong, that amidst all of this yellow fog that's settled over the area, there's a patch of black ahead, but just out of sight, that you can't quite make out, where the fog is almost replaced.
It's different from when the last time I was here.
Absolutely.
No, walk up over to it, also let him know, like, keep an eye on those up above us as well. And then go and check out the shadowiness.
Okay. Proceeding forward through the plants. Everyone needs to make me a dexterity and athletics, but because Jace spotted them, you can add an additional die to any rolls to avoid the vines as they try to whip down and grab you.
I still have the cloud around me, right?
You do, yes.
Okay.
Three successes, 5 successes. Okay. 3 for Aspen, 5 for Jace. Okay, 4 successes. So all of you are able to avoid the snapping, whipping vines of the plants up above that, as they enter the fog, begin to burn and grow brittle despite making contact. These don't seem to be intelligent plants. They're just drawn to a certain kind of blood, which is your blood, being Guru. They're almost magnetized towards it, to the point that they will destroy themselves trying to reach it. So while the vines might make contact, it's negligible if they grab you, because they quickly lose their grip as they break apart and fall to the ground. The silver thorn's not even strong enough to pierce your skin. As you move ahead, pathway widens out. What you see in front of you are 3 figures. 2 of them look like massive, almost Audrey-size Venus flytraps with these large gnarled teeth in their mouths as they open and shut. And in fact, there's even a tongue in their mouth that whips around and curls around as they are gnashing their teeth. But the third creature that is flanked by these 2 plants is a Krynos werewolf that has these massive growths that are breaking out over its fur, through its fur, to the other side. And it hulkingly snarls as it paces back and forth in between. And from what you can tell, Jace, the Guru, or Guru that was, appears to be the source of that black darkness that you saw on the other side. Being more than just infected, they are also a black spiral dancer. Declare your intentions as we enter actual combat. What do you want to say, Jace?
As we're moving up, we'll tell them it's also a dancer. That's what's causing the darkness here.
Okay.
Well,
So let's declare intentions. All right, Jester, do you want to say something too?
no. I was just going to declare.
Let's go
My
with
intentions.
Aspen, then Jester, then Jace.
I'm going to go Krynos for this, is because we're close enough to kind of get to it at this point, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go Krynos, and I'm gonna try and hit it with the claws.
Okay, give me 2 rage checks to go into Krynos. And you can make your attack at a -2 for the transformation penalty as you go into advance on the werewolf, I assume is the one you're going for, the infected guru. Okay. Jester.
Crap. I'm gonna also go into Kronos, but I'm gonna draw my glaive. So I'm kind of holding 2 swords in one hand, and then I'm gonna shift into Kronos, and I'm also gonna go in to attack the Black Spiral Dancer.
So are you trying to hold the 2 blades together, or are you trying to dual wield?
Dual wield in Kronos.
Okay.
Since
Yeah.
I'm much bigger, they should be able to.
Yeah, the damage from the greatsword won't be as good, just because it is a 2-handed weapon, even in Krynos form, but you still can use it. You can still wield it because you are larger and stronger. It's just not going to be as impactful as it would be with 2 hands, but you are able to dual wield both weapons. So, yeah, just make me a regular strength and actually dex and melee roll as you are 2-handing it. Jace.
I'm going to use the combat that we use for the Divine Monstrosity. I'm going to attack twice in this one turn, and then for the next one, I just won't make an attack for the next turn.
Sounds good.
But,
so yeah, give me 2 firearms.
I'm going to move to the back of the room, and I'm going to fire at the Venus flytrap to the left and the Venus flytrap to the right. Try and keep them off of the group.
Got it. So yeah, pointing your gun in both directions. First one, then the other. Go ahead and make those firearms checks.
Because it's a free action, can I also activate Ancestors for melee?
Yeah,
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Aspen, what'd you get?
4.
Okay. So as you move in to attack the Krynos infected guru in front of you, you attempt to go in, claws out, but it just brings up a foot and kicks you solidly in the chest, sending you back and sprawling for 3 points of superficial damage already halved. Jester, what did you get?
Just to make sure, you said it didn't do as much damage, but I didn't lose any dice when doing it, right?
No. Yeah, it's just not going to have the same bonus damage that you get with a large weapon.
8 with a crit.
Okay. So even after kicking Aspen in the chest, it tries to turn and face you, but you bring down a heavy 2 swings with both weapons, and as they both make contact, sizzling chunks start to break off of the creature as it lets out a roar, but it's more of like a rattle roar that comes out of its chest. But yeah, you make solid contact with both. Jace, what did you get?
For the one to the left, that was 7 with a brutal, and then to the right, it's a 5.
Okay. Again, both shots make contact, causing both of the large Venus flytrap looking creatures to shriek in response as a burning hole starts to spread out amongst their organic material jaws, I guess. They do not get to attack on both Aspen and Jester this round, who are within striking distance for them because of your shots. Let's go into the next round. Aspen, then Jester, then Jace.
I would like to heal 2 superficial, and then just run back at it, both claws out.
Okay. That's strength and brawl. Jester.
noticing that Aspen is running at it, I kind of want to like. I want to attack. I definitely want to attack with both blades, but I also want to try to like steer myself so that its attention is more on me instead of Aspen. Maybe to either get her a bonus dice or
If you want to forego your attack to give her bonus dice to attack, I will allow that as an assist, and you
Okay.
can defend instead. If
How
you'd like,
hurt-
meaning you won't do any damage to it, but you could potentially prevent yourself from taking damage. That
how
makes
hurt
sense?
does Aspen? Yeah, how hurt does Aspen look?
A little. She's got 3 superficial, so.
Bruised?
Yeah. No, I think I'll just attack this round.
Okay.
I'm just
give
gonna
me
attack
that.
with both blades. Yeah.
Dexterity and melee as you were two-handing. And Jace. You cannot attack this round, but I would like you to make a dexterity and athletics roll because you have moved back towards the entrance. There are still vines up above that are going to try to reach down and grab you.
With my back turned, am I losing a dice because I'm not actually seeing it?
Yeah, you are focused on the plants in front of you,
Yeah,
so I would
okay.
say, yeah, you are at a -1 to that roll. Aspen, what did you get?
I succeeded on my rage to heal, and I got 6 with a crit, and I spent a willpower.
Okay, this time breaking through its defenses not to be kicked again, you bury the claws that are attached to your arms, as well as your own hands, into it and start rending and raking apart. You can see that there is sizzling coming off of the claws due to the infection. However, it's not doing the same level of damage as it would if it were just a regular infected. This guru is somewhat resistant to the cold iron, but only a little bit. The infected parts of it are still burning away as it is taking damage. Jester, what did you get?
I got 8 with a crit.
8 with a crit. Okay. Yeah, not to be outdone by Aspen, you are also going to bring down blades upon it, striking it with both strikes. And in fact, with 8 with a crit, you sever one of its arms off with the silver blade, causing it to burn and dry up and start to curl on its own. Jace, with 3 successes, that unfortunately is not enough. You are out of the fog cover that Jester would be giving you. So one of the thorned vines reaches down and wraps around your legs and starts to pull you up into it, yanking you off your feet, doing 1 point of aggravated damage as the silver thorns bury themselves in you and start to burn. You are now grappled by this plant and you are hanging upside down from the ceiling as it is pulling you upward into the other vines that are up there. Aspen and Jester, as you have no Jace distracting the 2 large Venus flytraps, I'd like both of you to make dexterity and athletics -1 rolls as you are focused on the guru in front of you, but these Venus flytraps could still hurt. Aspen, what'd you get? 3 successes. Okay.
I spent a willpower, but still only got 3 successes.
Okay. So even though both of you got attacks off on the guru and have done a significant amount of damage to it, the large Venus flytraps turn both of your direction and both of them bite down upon you, taking you into their mouths. As they do so, 2 points of superficial damage already halved on both of you. You are now restrained because they actually are basically biting down and holding on to you. You will have to break out of this first if you are going to continue to attack the guru, as they have basically pulled you back towards them. Okay. Third round. Let's declare some intentions. Aspen, you are held in place, so I'm going to need a strength and athletics to try and pry yourself free. Jester, same thing, as the swords can't really help you because they are pinned down at your sides, having been bent down upon from the top and lifted up. So you can just try and muscle your way out with your force. So strength and athletics.
Did you say we took damage?
Oh yeah,
From
2
them?
points of superficial each.
Shupo? Okay. I'm also healing this round.
Okay. Jace.
Is it possible to shoot the vine that has my leg and then shoot the Venus flytrap that has Aspen grappled?
I would say if you shoot the vine well enough that's holding you, you would probably start to fall, which would not allow you an opportunity to shoot at the Venus flytrap. So you would have to take both shots at the vine if you wanted to do the 2-shot thing.
Okay, so I won't be able to. Okay,
Yeah, you're not going to be able to split it between targets in this case.
I'll do the 2 shots to the vine.
Okay. I will say that is going to be at a -2 for both, as the area to shoot it is a lot slimmer than any large creature or even man-sized creature, so it's going to be kind of like a called dot.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm being pulled up, right?
And you're being pulled up too, so you're having to shoot at your own feet effectively. Also, Charles is going to take the attention, because I constantly forget he's present, he's going to take the attention of the Guru by leaping towards it, shooting both of the shotguns off again with the Dragon's Breath. Aspen, what'd you get?
I got a brutal and then 2 successes. So is that 6?
For all intents and purposes for this, I will say yes. It is 6 successes, which is enough for you to pry open, and you actually hear a tearing, cracking sensation from the jaw as you wrench it open and allow yourself to pop out of the creature. Jester.
I got 4 successes.
4
I spent a
successes.
willpower.
Okay, not as powerful as Aspen, but enough for you to pry yourself out of the jaws and slip out of the Venus flytrap. Jace.
4.
4 successes. Okay. Shooting up at the vine, the first one hits the vine, causing it to fray and start to snap. What did you get on your second half or second shot?
Oh, I only shot once. Hold on.
I mean, if you want to only shoot once, you can.
Nah, I'll take another one. That's another 4.
Okay. Easily enough, both shots hit home on the vine, causing it to snap and drop you to the ground. You are still wrapped up in the vines, and therefore you do take another aggravated damage, but if you spend your next turn pulling the vines off, the damage will cease. Okay. As both shots of the Dragon's Breath fire towards the large Krynos-infected werewolf, one of them strikes its shoulder, causing it to buckle back, but it does duck underneath the other one and lash out its one good arm to sweep at Charles's legs, knocking him off of his feet as they do so. The 2 shotguns drop to the ground and go skittering off to the side. Final round. Declare your intentions.
How hurt does Jace look?
2 ag.
2 ag? Okay, then I'm going to heal 2 superficial, and I'm going to run over to Jace and do Mother's Touch.
Charles is still on the ground at the moment, right?
At the moment, yeah.
I'm gonna rush in to the werewolf, and I'm gonna attack it, kind of moving in front of Charles so he can't jump him.
Okay. Yeah, you can go ahead and make your attack, although Aspen and Jester will both need you to make dexterity and athletics rolls as well, as you are still with the large Venus flytrap creatures, and they could stop you from, moving away. Jace, what's your intention?
Is it a full action to remove the vines?
Yes.
Okay. How close is the shotgun?
They are off to the sides. They didn't fall back to you. They just.
Dang. Okay.
Yeah.
Then I'll just take the time and try to remove.
Actually, roll me a D10. Why not? We'll see what direction they went, because he was
6.
swept up. One of the shotguns is nearby.
Okay, I'm gonna avoid the vines at this point, and I don't necessarily have a line of shot with it being a shotgun. Is it possible to slide it back to Charles? Because he's laying down in front of in front of the guru right now, right? With Jester next to him. So he should have a pretty easy shot straight up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, just gonna slide it back to him.
So you want to forego removing the vines to push the shotgun away. Okay.
Yep.
Give me let's do dexterity and athletics as you try to reach out and slide the gun away. If it goes horribly wrong, you might just slide it off to the side or out of reach. But if you get a good enough toss, you might get it directly to him. Aspen, what did you get on that dodge?
Only 2.
Only 2. Okay. You will not be able to use Mother's Touch this round, as again, it bites down, keeping you from being able to get to Jace, who moved out of your immediate reach. You take 4 points of superficial damage as it does bite down hard upon you. Jester.
I got, for the athletics, I got 5 successes.
5 successes. Okay, you managed to duck out of the way of yours, and you can go ahead and make your attack on the guru.
Okay, I rolled that as well, if that's cool.
Yeah, give me the successes.
I spent a willpower and I got 6 successes.
Okay. You managed to drive both blades into it, pulling it really close to you. Its gnarled, gnashing face right in front of yours. Its eyes, this sickly yellow in the sclera of it. And you can see that like a viscous drool is coming from its mouth. But you did strike true and hit your target. Jace.
4 to push the shotgun back to Charles.
Pushing the shotgun back to Charles, taking another aggravated for your trouble as the vines continue to thornily burn into you. The shotgun goes swiveling, spinning towards Charles, who reaches out a hand, grabs it, lifts it up underneath the jaw of the werewolf that is snarling at Jester, and pulls the trigger, causing the top of its head to blast off in a gout of flame, sending it buckling backwards. Jester, make me a composure and resolve check, as that is really close to beat a fire and might cause you to, freak out a little bit.
Oh, I forgot. Since I took damage last round, I gained a rage, right?
That is correct. Everybody who's taken damage so far can gain a rage.
It was a brutal.
Okay. Well, with that, it is going to be the terror compulsion, as you are completely caught off guard and freaked out by this gout of flame that was a face in front of you a moment ago, is now just a burning ball of fire that raises up in front of you. You are feared and therefore removed from this combat until it is concluded.
Okay.
So you are going to back up and start fleeing away, rushing towards the doors that are pretty significantly shut at the moment. Every round that this fight continues to go on, you have to spend a willpower to stay in your Krynos form, or else you will lose it. Okay. That being said, still in this, Aspen, you have been bit down upon by your Venus flytrap. The guru in front of you is very much dead. But the other Venus flytrap is gnashing as well and is going for Charles.
Okay, another 2 superficial, and I lost a rage. And then I'm not gonna try and like get out of it. I just want to start like ripping at it while it's
Okay.
on me.
Yeah, give me a strength and brawl. The damage will be reduced because you are kind of pinned, but because yours are your fists, I will let you just try and like rabbit punch it as best as possible with the claws. Jace.
I'm gonna get these things off. With doing that, can I also try and heal the egg?
Yeah. I'll let you regenerate. Regeneration's free, so it shouldn't stop your progression. So yeah, make the 2 rage checks to regenerate your 1 aggravated.
I lost 1 and succeeded on another.
Okay. Otherwise, you are spending the time unwrapping the vines. It is not very difficult to get them off. They have been weakened significantly from the iron and everything, but the thorns are the problem. Those are what were causing you the most pain. Jester, go ahead and spend a willpower for me as another round is passing.
Yeah, I will. Like, when it happens, I'm going to give, like, a frightened, just, like, half yelp, drop the swords, and scramble back almost on all fours, running towards the, like, exit.
So the swords go clattering to the floor as you start backpedaling, almost like crab walking your way away from this thing before turning and bolting towards the doors. Okay. Aspen, what'd you get?
6.
Okay, 6 successes. You are tearing into the organic material of this thing, and because of the damage you did before trying to pry its mouth open, you managed to slash off the upper half of the mouth that makes up the Venus flytrap, sending it folding open backwards in both ways, leaving you standing in this viscous puddle of slime and saliva, maybe, from its weird tongue, as well as the yellowish mucousy fluid that comprises it. But you have dispatched of your Venus flytrap, having torn it completely in half. Jace. Oh, you just unwind the vines and have healed your 1 aggravated. And Jester, you are rushing back towards the door. Okay. Possibly final round, declare your intentions. Aspen, you are standing in the complete detritus of this creature, whatever's the remains are. There is the other Venus flytrap that is now trying to chomp down on Charles, but Charles is holding its jaws open, having again, or is even holding the shotgun, prying its mouth open as best as possible.
Okay, I will heal another 2 superficial, which I lost another rage, so that's fantastic. And then I'm going to go for the other one with Charles.
Yep, give me a strength and brawl. Jester, spend me a willpower as you start rushing towards the doors, bypassing Jace, just leaping over him before, like, vaulting him before rushing towards the door in front of you.
Okay, just so you know, I'm now impaired at willpower, so.
Okay. Jace.
I'm going to heal an egg. I lost a rage. The other one was a success. With there still being 1 target, can I still fire twice at 1? Or
Yeah.
now that, okay.
Why not? If you don't want to take an action next turn, I'll let you rapid shot it, yeah. Because this is a large creature. It's not like the dogs that were smaller and like dog sized. This is like a large, massive, hulking thing. Aspen, what'd you get?
8 with a crit.
Let's see what Jace got before I describe what happens.
Double 6s.
Hey. Aspen, you move around behind it and jam your claws into the top half of it, peeling it back away from Charles, who's holding the mouth open. But as you do so, a shot severs the tongue that is lashing around in the inside as Jace's bullets strike home, giving you enough momentum again to just get the top half back, severing the top off of the Venus flytrap in front of you. Okay. The combat ends. Jester, you may roll another composure and resolve check to see if you can regain your composure to stop yourself from trying to escape this building.
Three successes?
Okay, with 3 successes, getting far enough away from the fire, getting to the doors, you, breath panting, heart pounding in your chest, are able to settle yourself just enough to stop and turn back to find that the fire is gone, the fight is done. Think you're gonna be okay. And your nerves settle. Okay. You are standing in a large open room. There are scientific experiments all over the place, and all of them are nasty and gnarly. You see parts of what you can guess to be were humans at one point that have been completely severed and separated, and it looks like they were meant to be used to grow into a larger creature, but it looks like the experiment failed. It didn't work out exactly as they would like, so there are just, strewn body parts in the area, some left on the table, some of these husks of some of the mushroom material just kind of brittle and broken across the tabletops. The loudspeaker in the room clicks on again, and you hear Vanessa's voice say, "You killed my dog. You raid my experiment. You're ruining everything. Maybe it's time we take something from you." Outside, you hear a massive screech. So massive, it crosses the umbral veil and breaks into your ears as through the glass overhead, you see what looks to be one of the largest firmlings you've ever seen, looking more like the size of a pterodactyl. It has another head growing out of its neck, 2 heads held together by that same organic material as it flies overhead in the direction of Eliza and Larry outside. In front of you are the swinging double doors that lead into the laboratory. But also, you know there are only 2 Guru in the Umbra outside. Spirits have come, but they're probably fighting Banes, rather tied up. What do you wish to do?
Well, first off, with the speaker coming on before she even finishes her sentence, I would like to howl and use Howl of Assembly to give everybody a willpower back.
Okay.
I will have walked kind of looking a little bit shameful to pick up my swords at this, before the loudspeaker had clicked on.
Are you staying in your Krynos form, or are you letting it lapse?
I'm staying for now, so.
Okay, spend another willpower then, turning one of them to aggravated.
Right.
Actually, depending on Aspen's role here, I will let you make it superficial.
Okay.
I'm just gonna take half, and that'll give everybody.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, you can. You're just impaired still. No aggravated willpower damage at the moment. Though Aspen, if you are staying in Krynos, you will take another willpower damage. You will take a willpower damage as you are not fighting.
Another quick question: through the glass ceiling, can we see the moon?
Yeah, why not?
Okay, Then I'm gonna drop down to Glabro.
Okay.
Again.
Then go ahead and make the rage check to shift down. Okay. Jace, what would you like to do? Ahead lie the changelings. Behind lie your friends, mentor, and allies.
Gonna look at the door, look back out through the glass, and then back to the door, and then back to Aspen. I need you to tell me what you want me to do, because I can't make this decision right now.
I'll go out and make sure that they have something, someone with them. But you've got to go, because if we take time with one, then we might not get the other. So you can either take Charles, Jester, or both. But I've got to go take care of Larry and Eliza.
Now, Aspen, the issue here is that they are in the Umbra and you are not.
Can Eliza get me to the Umbra?
Potentially, yes.
Oh,
You've never seen her yank a person into the Umbra, but she has yanked objects into the Umbra before, so it is very much possible.
I'll give a short growl, like, and point to Charles and Jace and be like, pick one.
One to take with you, I'm guessing is what she's saying.
Yeah. It's pretty much like pick one to take with you, because like we should all know at this point that both have the ability to have the right of shadow passage.
That's true. What do you wish to do? Yeah.
This question to Jay. He'll perform the right. You guys go forward. I'll see what I can do about this. I'll get the door open, and I'll head over. Just take care of whatever's through that door.
Okay. So it's Charles and Jester. Charles recovering his shotguns, Jester recovering her swords. Swords move towards the double doors into the next room. Jace, begin the rite of shadow passage. You are panicked. You are quickened. I can allow it to be a quicker action, but it will reduce your dice pool in order to do so. You want to make an almost momentary shift over, but this rite takes a lot longer, and you are not in your home area. You are not in the cairn, so the passage over is a much more difficult endeavor.
I'll try and make it as fast as possible. I'll take the penalty.
So, you can subtract 2 minutes for every dice you're willing to sacrifice. How many dice would you like to sacrifice? And these are regular dice, not the rage dice.
He gets one for me, yes.
He does get one from you, but that's a rage dice.
My rage is 3. The roll is 6. I guess I'll take away the 3 dice and...
Yes, taking 6 minutes off of the ritual. Okay. Go ahead and make the roll. You have to beat the gauntlet rating, which I'm going to say here is 4.
Right. Burn a will?
Yeah.
Four with a crit?
Yeah. Gonna take about 4-ish minutes to do, but you are able to begin the rite of shadow passage to the other side. Jester, as you and Charles cross that threshold heading into the laboratory, the double doors swinging, you see several lab stations set out, but it looks like they haven't seen a lot of action recently. They haven't been used because of the shutdown of operations. Everything's been halted. So while there may be, some implements laid out, most of those tables are, cleared and unused. Then at the other side, the pit, an arena that's been built up at the far end of this laboratory. out of the arena come leaping two more of those rhinos infected that come leaping out of the pit and start just rushing in your direction, knocking tables aside as they're growling and gnashing their teeth, charging forward. Jace, as you finish the rite of shadow passage, crossing to the other side, it is an all-out war zone. While you are still in the confines of the greenhouse, you can see to the outside that spirits are fighting against Banes, and they are exchanging forces back and back, but it looks like a lot of the spirits are being driven back or held at bay by the Banes and the forces on the other side. You make your way to the doorway, and the doorway isn't held shut on this side as it was by the vines. So you kick open the doorway just in time to see the large pterodactyl-sized firmling pulling up on Eliza and Larry and opening its jaws in a massive shriek as a gout of green flame obstructs your view from them, just completely bathing them in this burning fire. This is where our story will come to a close this particular evening. Next week, the end of Piney Point, for better or for worse. But to see the other half of what's going on here at Piney Point, tune in on Friday on YouTube to see the Hellhounds take on the administration building of Piney Point, and their results, for better or worse, will affect how this story continues. Thank you so much to these amazing players. Thank you to everybody watching at home. Go follow St. Pete by Night on all of that social media you see listed down below, and come on back next week to join us for another episode of Rage Across Tampa. For these amazing players, I'm Kent. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you next time.